Are we live? Okay.
I think.
Oh,
There
okay, we're on. Okay, I'd like to call the May 2nd Montecito Board of Architectural Review consent calendar open to order. So item C1, 1086 Channel Drive, we did go back and forth. I reviewed your drawings and I found everything except on the architectural drawings, please. Do you know what page that is, Carl?
No, it is the lower level plan. Probably midway through.
I expected it on the site plan.
I think it's on the site. There's a note on the site plan as well.
Okay.
Sorry,
Is
all the way up to the front.
all the way to the front.
That is the existing.
That's
So-
existing. That's
No, that's a
exist-
survey.
That's
Next-
FAR. That's
Next.
proposed.
So if you zoom in on that,
Hey, Rob. Down. Oh, you put it in super small lettering. Can you zoom? Do you see the dining room table? There's a note right under that dining room table. Yeah, can you just zoom in on that note, please?
it's also on the lower level plan in bigger type.
Pool equipment. Okay, good. Okay, excellent. That's all I have. Rob, do you have anything on 1086 Channel Drive? I sent over that thing about the lantern effect. Do you have any comments about that?
Prominently, regress, highly regress fixtures for down lighting in there, like Dan Kale is doing the lighting for us, doing that.
Thanks, Landell. Thanks, Landell. Yeah.
Anyway, but, and we're concentrating on these, so we're just trying to throw light down on the surface. We've got highly regressed downlights. We don't have a lot of, we're not trying to create a lot of glow or wash walls because it'll reflect in our glass. So we're trying to keep it kind of spotty and dramatic inside, if it makes sense.
And curtains or roller shades or anything, are those in there?
Roller shades, we have roller shades.
Up on top and they're coming down?
Recessed, right?
Yeah, okay.
The drapery. Nick Diaz from Banks Landell, lighting consultant, might be on the line as well.
Well, I saw the photometrics that you did. That's pretty low where you had them. 1.4 was about as high as it got. And 0.4, I think, was fairly dominant throughout the surface. So it's hard to complain about that. It's just you are so visible. It's hard to think that you're not, and you want to stay that way because you've got the ocean, right? So with the roller shades and people wanting to have their own privacy at night, chances are it's going to be fine. So
Yeah, I think the owners like their privacy and the drapery, et cetera, will add to that.
so Rob, I'm ready to represent to the full board for approval. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, good. So, well, and then we have an item with you later. So, okay, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for taking the time to address those other issues. Okay, item C2, Heidi, are you with us?
I am here. Good afternoon. We've got our project team with us, and I just wanted to note we are in receipt of some comments that came through, some details about doors and lighting and some color call outs for details. We're hoping that we can address those and have them checked by our planner. And I'll-
Well, I'd like to do that. Those are my comments, not his or her.
Okay,
Her. So can you show us where those comments are addressed, please?
sure. I'll
Which
pass it on
sheets?
to Tim Campbell to speak to those items.
Yep. Hang on one sec. Yeah. Do you have any problems with this? Did you guys take a look at maybe creating some retention, very shallow retention basins by any chance?
I saw
Not a
that,
re-
and I'm sure we could chat with our civil engineer to see if there's opportunity.
It's not a requirement. It's just more and more and more with these heavy rains over the last couple of years, which it looks to me, maybe not next year or the year after, but over 10, 20 years, we're going to have more and more of that.
Sure.
Try to keep the water as much as possible on our own sites.
I would actually have is it Scott, your landscape architect in this project?
Is he with us?
He is.
I am. I'm here. Can you hear me?
So that would be the kind of thing that I guess I would prefer that he take the lead on and then work with the civil.
Did you think about that at all when I sent that comment over, Scott?
Yeah, it is something that I would like to review with our civil engineer, Ashley and Vance. I do want to point out our water is going in two directions. To our neighbor to the south, and then to the property to the west. And there's a creek down in that arroyo. So so I think that the neighbor that we most want to be focused on, I think, is the neighbor to the south.
I'm just trying to slow everything down because what's happening is we're having these more intense rain. So if it's not a requirement, it's a suggestion. I think it would be better for you guys and everyone else. So Tim, are you there? We've got to keep this thing moving. We're on consent. This is not an open time frame. Tim, please.
You're on mute, Tim.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, didn't realize I was muted.
That's
As to
okay.
the berm, yeah, as to the berms, actually that does work for us to do that. We'd like to berm up to the house, especially at the front door. So I've spoken to the owners extensively. They have no objection to that at all. And I think Civil and Scott can find smart ways to do that and make that very effective for us. So there's absolutely no objection to doing that. And we agree that it's better to try to keep as much of our runoff from impacting neighbors as is possible.
Okay, so the comments I sent over, where were they addressed, please, if at all?
So we just got these. I just got these comments this morning. So if I can speak to them and tell you how they will be addressed, that would be. I can be pretty quick about it.
Okay.
The light fixture, we will reselect a down only configuration.
Okay.
There is a version of that that is only down, and we're aware of the dark sky, and of course we don't want to mess with that. Exterior color, absolutely, we will do that as well. Hopefully we can address that with the planner. On the roofing color, I typically go as dark as Title 24 allows us to do. It just is better for everybody, and those light reflective roofs are not great. They usually let us go to a medium dark gray,
Right.
which is the least tedious for everybody. And then window details, absolutely, we will resolve them to be a little bit deeper as they are on the renderings. They're pretty close to that now, but I understand there's a visual disparity. So we will pull them into the walls probably another 4 or 5 inches. Our walls thicknesses are between 16 and 18 inches in different areas, so that's absolutely not a problem. The roof slope, we have accounted for the 1/4" pitch on the roof plan, so our parapet heights don't need to increase, so we will not need to change that during construction. There would be no change to that at all.
Can you double check that? I didn't believe, it's not that I think that you're lying, but when I looked at some of your sections, I said, really? So can you take a look at that? Because I deal
Absolutely.
with flat roofs also.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely, 100%. The detail awning over the front door, I thought we had a detail for that in the drawings. We can certainly add that if we don't have it, but it is a plastered awning. It's a very deco detail. It's quite live, and just has a very beautiful galvanized sheet metal trim around it that's very, very minimal and tight. And we've got one of these that we've just executed on another project that we can share with you. Exterior lighting plan. So on the architecture for the exterior lighting, we really only want to do exterior lighting where it's necessary by code, which is at our exit doors. And that would come back to the dark sky fixture. We absolutely have no objection to a curved exterior layer over the skylight. That works better for us. It's cleaner, and it doesn't get as much dirt. And then we talked about the berming, and we absolutely agree with you on the berming matter.
Okay, so what has happened with most projects is that people do get the chance to jump on that and get it resolved at this meeting. Because you got it so late, I still am going to propose a motion. We'll see what Rob does with it. If he concurs with it, to have this approved, but those items to be resolved by the planner in consultation with the MBAR chair, so you can move
Yeah.
through, but you still need to get them on the drawings.
Not a
Good
problem at
review.
all. I appreciate that
Okay.
very much. Thank you.
Okay, do you have any problems with this project?
No, not at all. Well, other than I wasn't crazy about the modern style, but I made,
Yeah.
other than that.
That's why you're a landscape architect. I love your path lights there, Scott. You're getting religion. So I'm going to recommend approval with the applicant to uh, complete the details of that letter. I don't have them in front of me. In consultation with the MBAR chair, and get those in, and I'll take a look at them. It usually takes me an hour or two to take a look, and then we'll get it going. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thanks a
Thank
lot,
you.
Heidi. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so C3, Cass. Do you have any comments about this? Did you get a chance to look at it? Well, you want to take a look at it quickly? How are we doing on time? 48. I sent over some comments and all of which were addressed. I don't believe your chimney cap, by the way.
Double checked it with the rep.
If you show it correctly, the height of it? Okay, very good,
As long
excellent.
as I meet the shroud area, all four sides.
You're good. Okay, good. And I like the drainage that you actually did that. Not everybody does that.
Otherwise I have a swimming.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's called a leaky fireplace. So did you want to show the landscape?
Yeah,
plan?
let's take a look at that. I was trying, then I'll remember which project this was.
And this is the last item. Item number 4 was continued, so you have 10 minutes. Take a look at this.
113 pages.
You want to scroll through it? I have it on my computer, but it would be easier if you scroll.
Where's the landscape stuff? Right there.
I remember this driveway aspect to it. I actually, I thought the project was nice, nicely executed overall, so I didn't have, I mean, I'm comfortable right now, just saying thumbs up.
Okay, I'm good. I'm good too. And I did notice that there was a diminutive amount of light on the building. And you let the landscape architect pick it up on the site, which I thought was not excessive at all. So thank you. So we will recommend approval as submitted.
Yes,
Correct?
absolutely, yes.
Okay.
It's very nice.
Very good. Thanks a lot now.
Thank
Yep.
I'd like to call the May 2nd Montecito Board of May 2nd, 2024 Montecito Board of Architectural Review to order. Public comment. Is there somebody that would like to address the board on an item that's not on our agenda, please? General comment. Anybody? Item number 2, agenda status report. David, please.
Let me find my notes here. We do have 3 changes to today's agenda. Item number 3, the project at 540 Periwinkle. The agent has asked the item be dropped from the agenda. They'll reschedule when they're ready to come back. And items number C4, which is a project at 390 Miramonte Avenue. And then also item number 6, which is the project at 535 Barker Pass Road. The agents have requested that the items be continued to your May 16th hearing.
Is there a motion to that effect to drop them? Please.
Let me just, one quick, it was the Periwinkle one, the one we did a site visit on? Was that the one we did a site visit on? Periwinkle.
You haven't heard that one yet. It's further down the street.
I'll make a motion to.
Do as David just said.
Yes,
Is there a second to that effect?
yeah.
Second
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
I,
Aye. All those opposed. Minutes. Anybody got comments on minutes of April 18th, please? Anybody? Anybody? Okay, last page. The motion was Mendro moved, seconded by Wolf and carried by a vote of 3-2 to grant preliminary approval as conditioned above. And I saw a whole bunch of comments, and I saw one condition, which is the last thing, the driveway will be conditioned and on-site signage provided. Is that the only thing that, I voted against this, but is that the only thing that the people that did vote for it wanted to have as a condition? I think we need to be clear as to what this motion is, please.
that's correct.
Can you guys hear us?
Excuse me?
We cannot hear you.
Now? Hang on. Yes,
There's sound coming through the Zoom meeting.
can you hear me
Hello?
now? Can you hear me now?
I'm online and I can hear you through Zoom.
Okay. So was it only the one driveway to be conditioned? Is that it, please?
Yeah, I think so.
You know, that's my concern.
Was that one item?
My concern is the parking in front of that garage, since the garage is gonna be storing cars. I don't wanna see cars in front of it.
Yes, but is that I'm just trying to,
That's the only one I really had.
Mr. Chair, I believe that
Hey.
these modifications will be implemented that improve safety and aesthetics, including adherence to Public Works driveway standards and the introduction of this height of the site walls and landscaping not to exceed 42 inches. I believe that was another kind of a condition. I can certainly separate those 2 items out from the comments that are under number 1.
I think that it should be done, or that should be taken out of the comments and added as part of the motion, so that it's approval with the following condition, and then the driveway will be, I think that it's just clear, it's going to go to the planning commission anyway, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so let's make it extremely clear. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. All those in favor, I will move for approval of the minutes as amended. Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Members informational briefing. Did you want to chat with us about the Biltmore, please?
Sure. I worked with the Biltmore Architectural Design Team and reviewed their first submittal. Had a lot of comments on it, and they accommodated my comments. And I believe now it's at a point that I approved it. And then the essence of it was to add enough low water use plantings that it would kind of override or offset the existing high water use as their best chance to, I think, be able to have their project get approval through the, as far as the WELO aspect of that project. Completely on board with the notion of that project being kind of maintaining that subtropical theme as much as possible, but they still needed to get it through WELO. And so I think I helped them at least move towards that.
Anybody else go anywhere, do anything, please? Item number 5, staff update, please. Anybody?
Nothing from me.
Kimberly?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Okay, Montecito consent agenda. We had 4 items, one of which was dropped. We just dropped. Item number C1, 1086 Channel Drive. That's the project right there at the end of Channel Drive as you're going up the hill. They're putting a new second story underneath it. I'd like to recommend that we approve it as submitted. Is there any, Rob, do you have any further comments? Would you like to second that motion?
Second.
It is on for both preliminary and final, so we need to ask, does anybody want to comment on item 1086 Channel Drive, please?
No requests online.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay. Item number C2, I sent over some comments after reviewing it. They did not have a chance to review those comments and alter their drawings as others have. So, but we did chat about it online, and I think that it's all going to work out. And therefore, I would like to move for final approval with the applicant to work with the planner in consultation with the chair of the MBAR on the items that were sent to them via email either Monday or Tuesday. I can't remember which day I did it. I think Tuesday. Is there a second to that, please?
Second.
Any further discussion?
John, can you just for the record, just give us a little summary of what those comments were about?
There were comments about the lighting fixture. It was pointing up and down, and it can't, so they're going to change that. There was a roofing material comment. There was a comment about the window detailing, that the windows as detailed were closer to the exterior of the building than one would have thought by looking at the rendering. So they're going to move those back in. The paint color was not clearly called out, so they're going to get that called out. And there may have been 1 or 2 others, but there was a roof pitch 1/4-inch slope, and I looked at it and I wasn't convinced that their parapets were going to be tall enough to catch that. They assured me that they were, and I asked them to double check it. So, that's the gist of the comments. Okay. Was there a second on that? Any further discussion, please? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Item C3, 525 Hot Springs Road. This is a project that we had approved maybe a year or 2 years ago. Cass brought it through, and made the project significantly lower anyway. And these were final drawings, and I'd like to make a motion for final approval as submitted. Rob, do you have
No, I have nothing to add to that.
and so, any further discussion on that, please? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
I
Rob,
second.
Rob
I'll
seconded.
second it. Yeah.
So item C4 was dropped. So we are now on to conceptual item number 1, 607 Meadow Lane. We saw this last week or 2 weeks ago. Come on up. And there were issues about drainage. And so, gentlemen, would you like to address what you have done here? Oh, just before you get started, I have one public comment slip. Is there anybody else that wants to speak? Could you fill out the slips there in the back? Cliff? Okay, and so is there anybody else that wants to speak? Okay, so can you get those? So we're gonna have 3 or 4 items here. So, sir, go ahead and please show what you did. The comments were basically favorable, except there was a lot of concern about the drainage. So I think if you could just spend a minute about that.
Yeah,
We
absolutely.
need to relitigate this, as they say.
Sure. So I think, between that, I've consulted with our civil engineer, our geotech, and especially the neighbors, especially, and a couple of site meetings to really kind of address and listen to their concerns. And so I met with them on the site with the owners as well. And we reviewed their concerns and kind of addressed them with our civil engineer. We took and analyzed the site plan and saw the kind of weakest link, which is that swale on the western portion there. It kind of just dead ends and overflows. So we connected that to a drain and we took that to the street. We submitted underground, yes, to a bubbler that will retain that and kind of time release that water onto the street. And so we kind of solved that issue of the water going into our neighbors on the Tretners at 1327 Green Meadow. And we also engaged Andrew Acosta and Mike Doherty from Public Works, and they are looking into directly tying into the storm drain system and or possibly moving a drain or adding another drain to that. But that is a little bit requires a lot more studying and calculations. So we are actively engaging that. So we've addressed the issue on the site. We're continuing to work with Public Works to kind of come up with a solution, and the neighbors seem to be very appreciative of the steps that we're taking, and we'll see what happens from Public Works.
So we have the owner who's requested to speak, and it looks like 3 neighbors. So I will give you the opportunity. Do you want to speak now, or would you like to speak after your neighbors have spoken? After, okay. So Cliff, are you here, please? Please come forward. If you want, you can stand, or if you want to sit next to Carl or William, you can do that. Stand. Turn on the mic. There you go.
Is that on?
You are item number 1, correct?
Well, I was wanted to speak about the compatibility issue, which I think is later in the agenda.
That's item number 7. Okay, so that's the one you want to speak on?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
So
I will talk to us in item number 7. It's at the end of the agenda.
all right, I'm thinking maybe of just going home, connecting by Zoom,
Perfect,
and then doing it that way.
perfect.
Okay, thank you very
Make
much.
sure to raise your hand when we get down there.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, James, are you here? Okay, that's item number 2. Anybody? Very good. That's fine. And I've got a lot of stuff going. Are you here for item number 1, sir? Item number 4. Okay. Looks like you don't, yeah, please, you're up. Yeah, we need someone new here. Yeah, make sure to push the button. There's a long, but there you go.
Oh, great. Hi, everyone. So hi, my name is Matt. I'm the owner at 607, and I just wanted to share, thank you for your kind of help and support throughout this project. And I just want to share that we've been in contact with our neighbors, in open communication and dialogue with them, even prior to the last meeting, and especially over the last couple of weeks, meeting with them and just hearing their concerns. And we're definitely working with them and committed to finding a reasonable solution to this issue in our neighborhood.
Anybody else that would like to address the board on item number 1, please?
Our next speaker will be Jason Hughes.
Jason?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Speak
Great.
up.
Yeah, so I just wanted to quickly just say we have been in contact. I was one of the people that spoke at the last hearing. We have been in contact with Matt and Jenny, and actually Carl, their architects as well. So they are sort of committed, I think, to resolving the issues that were brought up, at least the tie-in and the street. So, you know, I just want to say, you know, thanks for kind of putting this at the forefront and then kind of seeing it through. And I would encourage you to approve this project so we can get this beautiful house built.
Very good. Thank you, Jason. Anybody else, please?
I'd like to just add one thing. So
Anybody else for public comment?
No additional hands up.
Okay, William, please.
So anyway, I wanted to say that, you know, last time you were ready to approve the project, you decided to ask us, volunteer to meet with the neighbors and try to work it out, which we think we have a good solution here. I think we can work with Public Works to even make it better, but we have done the work that you asked us to do, and we've engaged with the neighbors. They're not here, they're not complaining, and the owners are committed to solving it. So we ask that you, given that, and given that you sort of acknowledged last time that this was outside your purview anyway, that we ask that you approve the project.
Okay, members of the board, as you know, we normally have presentation, then questions, then public comment, and then action. So I think we're all familiar with this. I'm ready to go towards comments, and then I think ready for motion. Does anybody have any comments on this?
I had a question.
Okay, I guess we're.
I was looking for your entry gate detail. Did I miss that on the drawing somewhere? Do you guys have that drawn? The rolling gate, that's new, right? Or swinging gate, I guess. Couldn't find it. I think you have an elevation of it somewhere, but good details, by the way. Thank you for providing those.
Carl, yes, no?
Elevation of the drawing and the plan.
Landscape?
Yes.
There. Wait, back. Is that it? Oh, no, that's construction. What is the material? Maybe you can describe it at least, and then maybe we can condition something.
It's cedar siding to match the house.
So it's a metal frame with cedar siding on it.
Metal, yeah, metal frame clad with cedar.
Pilasters or
Pilasters are in the Santa Barbara stone.
You want to have them drawn?
okay with the description.
Okay, anybody else have a question? Okay, anybody else have a comment? Okay, so I'll entertain a motion. Somebody like to make a motion, please? Bill?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the plans as submitted as they are. Yeah, great
Yes,
job
I
on the
can-
details. Thank you.
Yeah, very nice details. Which doesn't mean a lot to you guys, but means a lot to us, so. And the contractor. Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed. Thank you for taking that extra 2 weeks and getting that resolved. Okay, item number 206 Middle Road. Is there anybody here that's going to present that, please?
Yes, I'm on. This is Robert Walker. I'm on Zoom.
Okay, Robert. So you update FAR calculations. The vehicle entry gate should be set back, soften the street facing wall, consider restudying the circulation for the garage, work to make the garage as being converted to living space. A quality landscape plan will go a long way towards creating a high-quality site plan and resolving site circulation. So for those that didn't get a chance to review this, they eliminated that front wall, which is where we spent most of our time last time, and this and that. So they greatly simplified the project. So with that overview, would you like to, John, is that who's on? Bobby, would you like to go ahead and briefly describe the project since we saw it before, maybe addressing the changes?
Yeah, thank you. I'm Bobby Walker. I'll first start by addressing the 6 items from the last meeting. And then we also received a couple comments in the last couple days that I have some clarification for, things that aren't on the concept plans that you see today. So we did update the FAR calculations on the title sheet to include the guest house. One item that was pointed out to us is that I'm showing gross square footages, which is incorrect for this calculator. So with the gross square footage here, we're at 101%. I reran the numbers with our net square footages, and we are at 96% for our FAR. Another item was that we have a future ADU that is not shown in the FAR calculator, but we're asked to provide that as well. So the FAR calculator, if it were to include the future ADU, would be at 120%. And if we go to the next page in the presentation, so I think maybe it's the 3rd page, 4th page, sorry. We've added a new exhibit for your review. So we've taken a look in the middle there. You can see our subject property. Right now it says FAR 101%. Again, that should be 96% based on the net square footage. But we took a look at the surrounding neighbors just to make sure we're in the same ballpark with FAR, and we appear to be so. We're kind of right in the middle here a little bit. A lot of 90 to 100, and then some of the neighbors go up to 127%, all the way up to 172% of FAR. And then moving on from FAR, as you mentioned, a lot of the time was spent on the front gate vehicle entry. If we could go to the beginning of the renders, a couple pages down in the set. We've removed any gate or entry feature here. So we've gotten confirmation from fire that our access is sufficient for the project. And if we continue on a page or two to the front elevation, one more, please. Oh, right here. We've kind of limited it down to just this man gate at the front, much softer, and it just kind of signifies an entry onto the project, so pedestrians know where to go to enter to get to the front door. We were asked as well to consider restudying the circulation for the garage, perhaps keeping the garage where it is and adding a bedroom behind it. We continue on, and thank you. We didn't move. We kept our floor plan where it is. We looked at this with the client. Ultimately, it's a very long linear house as it is, and we didn't want to continue to build hallways off the back. These are going to be additional bedrooms for the house. So we want to be as close to the kitchen, kind of what we call the heart of the home, as possible. Another comment was to make the garage a little more residential in nature. You can probably see this a little clearer in the renders, but we added a door and some lighting, and I think there's a couple factors here: the windows, the door, and the lighting. And then we also have an updated landscape sheet. So that's one of the next comments is previously we didn't have a landscape sheet. So at the end of the set, we provided a landscape plan, and we've done our best in our renders to illustrate this landscape plan as you see it here in our renders. So with that, we've also brought in larger, more lush planting around that existing garage that we're converting. And then I had a couple more comments that aren't included in the set that I wanted to clarify. We don't have a setback shown from the garage to the property line on our proposed site plan. That setback is 15 feet from the property line to the garage. And then a couple other comments. We didn't provide a paint color. We just said we were matching. We worked with the client. So the client's going to use Simply White, which is an LRV of 70. And then a third item that has been brought up by the board is the fire separation, or sorry, the distance of separation between the house and the garage. And we confirmed with code section 35-71, it is only 5 feet of separation is required between the garage and the house. And we're providing 6 feet of separation for that walkway between the house and the garage right now. With that, we've updated our renders to match, and that's the conclusion of my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Bobby. Questions, Dave?
No questions.
Robert? Questions?
No questions.
Rob? Questions?
What is the, you have the existing walk to the front door is brick. What is the proposed new walk?
The proposed new walk is flagstone.
Okay. That's all.
And I have no questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Bill.
The separation rule, does that include roof?
No.
It's
No.
Wall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's wall to wall, is our
And
understanding of how it's
even
described in the code.
I made that comment about the 10 feet. And the coastal zone is really far up Middle Road. I didn't realize how far up it was. And so this 5 feet, this is, yeah.
Coastal zone.
No, 10 is inland, 5 is coastal.
Mhm.
Okay, is that it, Bill?
Yeah.
And I have no questions. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 206 Middle Road? There was somebody here. Yes, please come up. Anybody online, raise your hand, please.
Is this on?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
My name is James Malillo. You have written comments from me already that were provided 2 days ago. By the looks of your face, the answer is damned if I know. Anyway, they were sent in and I got a response from the planning person and she said she had them and she was going to distribute them to you.
Okay.
What I'm about to say is what you have in front of you somewhere. My name is Jim Malillo. I'm from 184 Middle Road. I'm the person that redeveloped this original Santa Barbara Polo Club, built in 1912, effectively abandoned in 1922 to various people who decided to treat it like crap. Came in, provided you with historical documentation for the entire property, redid it in the Francis T. Underhill format, found the facade he had done for Mrs. De La Guerra over on Junipero, for those of you that know that house, put that on this, matched perfectly, built wings onto it that also match perfectly. We've had actually 2 AIA tours of the house for adaptive reuse. So understand that. I also appeared before you twice, once to maintain the Moody Cottage on 150 and the other one to knock down the former stables that had been converted to a house as it didn't have architectural. So have a gut feel for what it takes. I've had a wonderful 17 years. My neighbors, the McCooks, have had a wonderful 30 years. Never had major problems with water. In the last 3 months, I've had the Herbert Beyer house, which is also another historical house on the property, flooded 3 times with 3 storms. Effectively, the worst one, there was an 8-inch deep river coming off of the property we're looking at here through the McCooks, overcoming both of their sump pumps and drainage system, overcoming my 120-foot long 3-inch pipe with 4 feet of gravel system and flooding the bedroom 3 times in 3 months. Never in the 17 years I've ever had that issue. There's only one thing that has changed in the last 3 months, 6 months, and 9 months, and that has been this project. This project has either A, stripped away whatever vegetation was being used to maintain water on the property, or the addition of whatever materials has caused the water to flood down onto the McCooks. They've been overcome dramatically. They're not here because he's 93, she's 90, and although they have been talked to the owners about noise and other things. The second thing I'd like to bring up is this entire property, 206, 196, 150, 184, was all part of the original Santa Barbara Polo Club. And if you look at a map from the 20s, you'll see it. There were no riparian rights that allowed them to build rivers through our housing. As a matter of fact, there's probably less than a 1% grade on the property. And by the property, I'm referring to roughly 8 to 12 properties that are in that general area. Nonetheless, every one of us deals with the water on our property, sending it out to Middle Road. There are now 2 large black pipes that run the length of the property in between this property and 196 that don't go to the road. Not quite sure what they're doing, but they're fairly substantial. I'm guessing they're 4 to 6 inch pipes. To add another 3% hardscape onto this property, reduce the groundwater retaining capabilities by 3% when you take into account this addition plus the ADU, is just to invite continuous flooding. I came here, rebuilt the Herbert Beyer studio, rebuilt the Polo Club, have loved it. It is a great place to live and have friends over. I would hate the fact that every 3 to 6 weeks this year, I've been in there with remediation crews, shop vacs, everything you can imagine to keep mold from setting in.
Sir, it's 3 minutes. I didn't start it, but
Correct, but that's right. And thus I would ask you to put water remediation as a requirement prior to granting anything as far as a permit goes.
very good. Thank you so much. Anybody else want to? Yeah, I didn't turn it on. Anybody else like to address the board on item number 206 Middle Road, please?
No additional requests.
Okay, so we are on for further concept today, so no motions no matter what we do. Dave, comments, please.
Yeah, I missed the project the previous time, but from what I can tell, they've responded to all the board's comments, and based on those comments and what I've seen, I can support the project. And this is similar to the project we just saw before. It sounds like they need to get together with their civil engineer and with the public works and try to resolve these issues that are impacting the neighbors. And that's not the purview of this board, but we strongly encourage you to do that as part of your permit review process. Those are my comments.
Robert, Thank you.
Yes.
Oh. This is the new world we live in, and stormwater management is becoming more and more a factor, especially with all the cloud seeding they're doing, which in itself is troubling, and the chemicals they use, but I don't understand why we can't, as part of a new project that's just a remodel, incorporate some stormwater management techniques that aren't really that expensive or difficult. Other than that, I like the project. It's a nice project. No more.
Rob, comments, please.
Yeah, I agree with that comment by Robert, and that there's probably some reasonable mitigation measures that can be implemented to kind of at least intercept or deal with some of the water. The only thing that I guess bothers me, and it's fairly minor, is, at least the way I like to do it, is the front walkway. I kind of like to have, when you have a new front walkway, where there's kind of a hierarchy, in that main walkway coming off the public road, is kind of the standalone walkway. And then the walkway that comes off the owner's driveway should feel real secondary. And right now they kind of connect. So, and then they're two different materials. So I guess from a design standpoint and just a hierarchy standpoint, I'd like to see that the front walkway maybe be a little stronger in the way it kind of approaches the house and squares after the house. And then the walkway coming off the driveway maybe not be, maybe have some gaps or some breaks. And then that kind of goes hand in hand with creating some more, ability to reduce some of the hardscape too. Not a big deal, but the rest of the project I like. So thank you.
Bill,
Yeah, I think the architecture is fine. The new garage location is fine. And the remodel to the existing garage is fine. I would encourage, as we've heard from the neighbor, maybe there are things that we can certainly input, which would be, even though you say existing driveway, maybe that becomes a permeable paver instead of hard surface. And so you're reducing some of that impermeable surface. So, put as much effort as you can into trying to find ways, as Robert had suggested too, of, supplementing that new roof that you've got for the garage in whatever way you can, whether it's a storm drain collection area, retention pond, or permeable paving materials. So that's what I would suggest. Thank you.
Olivia, are you with us today, please? No. Okay, I don't see that drainage really is dealt with on this plan, and one of the reasons I know that is there are no grade lines whatsoever on this plan. And so we have a representation from an interested party, but we don't know if you're telling the truth or not telling, we don't know. So I think what we need to do is to get some facts, which would indicate to me we need to get some kind of a survey to find out where the water actually is going, at which point, Bobby, you would then have the opportunity to find some areas that maybe you can get some retention bases, just little tiny something to help slow everything down. And we would be able to see, for instance, it's represented that at least some of the drainage is going to the east on this. That would be up on the drawing. And so you're not even showing any of that on here. So if you would take the time to do that, I think we as a community would all benefit from that. And the owner would also benefit from having more information about what they do and don't have. My guess is you're at tier 1 with this relatively small of a project. Tier 1 doesn't require that they do very much. So what you're actually asking them to do is to go beyond the minimum requirements. And your argument is going to have to be, we have an existing untenable situation, you're making it worse. Whether or not that holds water, as they say, we don't know. But this board is very much about design review only, and we are getting sucked into water just because we're the board everybody can address. But I think that it's really more about cooperation rather than adversarial relationship, and I encourage you to do that. So, Bobby, do you know how to get a hold of this man, please?
I do not personally have his contact info, but I can work with the
Okay.
neighbor.
Can you make
We
sure
can reach
that,
out.
Bobby, I'm going to ask him to give it to Olivia, and so that you and Olivia, and so if everybody could get together, maybe work together. I think the project is a nice project architecturally within the purview of our board. And we're on for concept. I see no reason that this shouldn't come back for preliminary final on consent. Is there anybody else that?
I agree.
Okay, very good. So if you guys, you won't be back before us. So. Okay, well, good luck with that. Well, it's probably, yeah, Public Works. But Bobby, here's the bad news. If he thinks that this project is not a good project, he has the right to appeal it and can make things take very long, et cetera. So maybe there's a way you guys can work together. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, we will not be having a formal meeting except in the consent calendar like we did before. And you will not receive any further notices except unless you're on the master distribution list. So if you're not on the master distribution list, please get your name and email over to David, and good luck with everything. Okay, thank you. Now, item number 3, 540 Periwinkle has been continued, as has item number 6. So we are on item number 4, the Miramar. Same thing, you know. Burnham. Yes, and you too, Brian. Oh, no, we haven't seen this yet. So Henry, are you with us? I know you were going to be out of town for a while. Henry? Okay, no. Henry's the planner. Okay, and we have one speaker slip so far. If anybody else wants to address the board, please fill out a slip there in the back and get it up here. Thank you. Brian, floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. We have been working on a master plan for Burnham since 2018. Basically, the concept that was given to us here is that we need to make the club more viable for our younger members. We need a swimming pool. We need a better fitness facility. And so we embarked on doing a number of schemes of where a pool could go, with a snack bar facility, et cetera, et cetera. The club also wants to add a few more cottages, which they currently have on the campus. So that's really, in essence, what this problem is all about. So the rendering that you see here is really the proposal, and I'll just take you through the site and what our thinking is, and then we'll hear from you. I might mention on this first slide, it's actually helpful because you can see there are these white roofs that are extending beyond the clubhouse. And by the way, the clubhouse, as most of you I'm sure know, it was the old packing plant. It was a beautiful stone
native sandstone building. And it was 2 stories, 2 levels, and basically back in, I don't know what it was, the 70s, I guess, they created the clubhouse out of that old packing facility and kept the stone all around the first floor. So that white roof extension that you see there is currently a covered sort of patio space at the front of the club facing out towards the golf course. And we really want to emulate that same detailing in the expansion of the fitness facility, which you see those sort of white roofed wings extending out. So just keep that in mind as we proceed. So let's go to the next slide. These are photographs. Looking around, I won't spend a lot of time on this, but basically the top row, you see the existing golf shop, and then the parking lot around it below that. This is the area where we're talking about placing the pool and the snack bar. In the third row, you can see the view looking back towards the fitness facility, which, by the way, that middle photograph is the existing fitness facility. Used to be the pro shop, by the way. And then the underground cart parking and that serves the rest of the basement in the building. The far right on the third row is just the view looking between where the parking lot is for the pro shop and the existing clubhouse. And then you can see some little odd shots at the lower row there, which is really the existing parking lot area. Next slide. I think these are views. Let's see, the second row there, the first row is just back at the clubhouse. The second row is looking at what we've sort of called the grassy knoll, which is the area that is a vacant parcel where we're proposing to put the new guest rooms. And then the lower row there is where the proposal for a new fence is at the driving range. Next slide. So I'll just start with that. This is pretty simple. This is the existing blue line is the 20-foot netting that exists between the Valley Club and Burnham today, and so that's not changing at all. The red fence is going to be removed, and the green is currently just a 6-foot chain link fence, I think, and it's going to be replaced with one of these 20-foot netting. Because obviously, if, as younger members become bigger hitters, they're sending them off into the 14th fairway or whatever that hole is. So that's a fairly minor part of this, but that is the first piece. So let's keep going. So this is the existing site plan. I don't have a pointer here, but you can see again the pro shop on the right, kind of in the middle above the tennis courts.
Brian, stop for a second. Do we have an active mic? No, walk around mic. Brian, if you want to go up there. Make sure it's working.
Testing. Yep.
Thank you.
So existing pro shop that's going to be relocated. This is that grassy knoll that I mentioned. These are the existing cottages here up in that area there. This is the existing fitness where we were proposing to extend it. So let's go to the next slide. So here is the proposed plan. Actually, let's go back one if we could. One of the first things that struck me is how inefficient the parking lot is here in front of Burnham. This is actually the easement for Packing House Road. And this is about 80 feet across here, so it's very inefficient. So in the process of thinking about removing this parking in order to create the pool facility, we looked at a more efficient plan for the parking. So now the next slide. So you can see here that the old parking lot, which has a stone wall right here, between the 10th fairway and the parking lot. We're going to basically move that wall and straighten it out here, so not too much of an encroachment into that. In the process, gain a lot of efficiency out of the parking, basically creating 2 double-loaded parking bays. Got a little bit of extra parking here that is cut into this landscape area. And then that facilitates the ability to create the pool and the new snack bar, toilet rooms, and then moving the pro shop and tennis shop down into this area, keeping this driveway access here. I think it might be good at this point to have to jump to our landscape plan and have Katie come up. I think that, do we know what's number 23? You want to point? Okay.
I don't have to. I'll stay down here. I can get up if needed. Here's the tree protection plan. What to note here are there's 22 tree removals. The majority are cork oaks in the parking lot area that we're needing to remove to reconfigure the parking. These are non-native and not, essentially special trees. 78 are remaining. They consist of oaks, olives, bay trees, citrus, sycamore, pine, cypress, and ficus. And then we're adding 42 new trees, and I'll walk you through that in the preliminary plan. So this calls out all the trees that are existing on site and all the information I quickly listed as far as species. You want to go to the next sheet. Here's our preliminary plan. As you can see, as Brian walked you through, the reconfiguration of the parking. So new trees that we're adding are a native oak tree, the island oak, in the parking lot at the entries, where you enter the parking lot, and then also where you enter the main entrance, and then olive trees in the parking lot and the pool deck. And then we have accent trees of citrus and bay trees. So we're really trying to match what's existing on site, which is a lot of oaks and olives already. And as far as hardscape, we are adding enhanced paving of permeable pavers at parking stalls closest to the building and at the entries. So it really guides you to the entry with these permeable pavers. We do have some images of what that would look like, some nice tan variety color, ashlar pattern, and then colored concrete for the pool deck and the pathway to the pool deck. And if you go to the next sheet, you can just kind of see this is kind of a close-up to the pool deck and our visioning. And if you go back one more, this, I just want to point out the plant palette and also the wall. That wall is what is currently in the back of the parking lot. So if you go to the next sheet, I'll wrap up. This is just a zoom in the pool deck and our visioning below. So we have a fire pit to the south and just a clean, simple design of a pool deck. And I'll let Brian take it back.
Okay, let's go to sheet 14. I think that's right. So I'll just take you through some little renders that we've created. On the upper right is the proposed, basically the proposed plan that we've been looking at. On the left, there's an aerial view looking back at the parking lot, the new stone wall that would be on the left there, bordering, basically emulating that curved stone wall that is currently there now between the clubhouse and the fairway. Middle item, you're looking at the pool and the pro shop to the left, and then another aerial looking back down at that same configuration. We've obviously tried as much as possible to avoid encroaching at all into any of the golfing and tennis facilities. Next slide. You don't care about these. These are just the inside of the fitness facility, but here you see that flat roof extension, which I think integrates really well with the design that is there now, and it's going to just create a tremendous amount of new workout space for the members. A little view at night with the nice little fire pit. In the middle there, we have somebody that looks like they need some help in the swimming pool. And then that view on the right in the middle section is basically looking at the new snack bar and that same pathway that goes past the clubhouse currently. And then below there, this is a really nice opportunity when you come down and you enter the clubhouse and you turn onto Packing House Lane. There's just a parking lot right here now, and so the opportunity to do this stone wall, which will become kind of obviously a screening element for the pool, but obviously a nice identification point for the Burnham Wood Country Club signage. Next slide. Just some views inside that new pool area. Next slide. And then this is looking at the pro shop and tennis shop. So the architecture here is really meant to be secondary to the clubhouse. The clubhouse presents a very strong vernacular, really, with the steep pitched roofs, in some cases, kind of the two slopes like we're doing here at the pro shop. And that's what we've wanted to do with these buildings, is to just let them be simple background buildings to the beautiful stone clubhouse. Next slide. That's just really an overview to give you a sense of scale of the new buildings compared to the existing. Next slide. And then these are just quick elevations. This is the fitness center at flat roof extension. Next slide. Snack bar, which I admit is not particularly attractive in elevation, but I think that it's going to work. And obviously we need a little flat roof area for this building for the equipment that's going to go on the roof. Next slide. And then the pro shop and tennis shop. I think we also maybe have, the cottages are at the bottom there, the new cottages, again, just very, very rational, simple. Some work to do on the fenestrations, but that's the basic concept. I think that presents it all. Happy to answer questions.
Robert, questions?
I'm very familiar with Burnham Wood, and I'm wondering about the new parking layout. How wide are those spaces? Or I know the crowd is getting younger, but are people going to be able to get in there and out? Because I go there all the time.
Robert, are you a member?
My mother is.
Dave?
Does that matter?
Yeah, conflict of interest. We'll check with county council. Go ahead and finish, but please check about conflict of interest.
Okay. No more.
To answer your question, Robert, the depth of the double loaded bay, I think, is 63 feet, something like that. It's a typical double loaded parking lot, so I think we've got 9-foot stalls plus 60 feet in depth. So I don't think there's going to be issues as far as maneuvering in the parking lot. Again, the existing parking is very inefficient. There's tremendous back out area, I think, in part because they were trying to, provide for that right of way through, which is not a critical width in the parking lot. So, and obviously what this does is replace all those spaces where the pro shop is now.
Bill, questions?
Yeah, what are I'm not familiar with the cottages. I didn't know they had cottages. What's the purpose of those? Is that for guests?
Yeah, guests of members. So members can book them in advance, and then guests are able to stay there. So they're basically a little short-term.
And they have cottages there now. So.
They have, they've got there, you can see on the upper left, there are, I think, 6 cottages along there, and then there are 4 cottages down below. And so we're just adding 3.
Just matching the materials
Yes,
of those.
absolutely.
And What is the roof material? Is it a tile of some sort, concrete tile or
It is a
something?
concrete tile.
Okay, and is that something you can replace and
We would match.
match?
Yeah,
Like
so that all the
match.
roofs will match.
Yeah. And then, is that wall that you're removing, is that historic? Is there any need for a historic report of that or?
No, it was, I mean, it was put in as part of the original clubhouse, so I, you know.
70s then?
Yeah, which almost is historic now, isn't it?
Probably, yeah.
But
Are you
the
historic?
intent is to use that, you know, try to reuse that stone to the extent we can, but you know, there is obviously a tremendous amount of stone, which is why they did the packing house
Yeah.
stone in the first place.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Rob, please.
Grassy knoll, huh? You got maybe a better term
Yeah,
than
there's
that
a
one?
better
I mean,
term.
like, I go right to Kennedy on that one. So cork oaks, Katie, on, I mean, those are usually actually pretty nice. Are there any of these, do you have the capability of being moved? I mean, is that worth a consideration, I guess?
I don't know if it'd be worth the cost of it and getting new trees in there that, you know, can just grow to their maturity and
Okay.
seems better.
And then I saw a date palm in one of the renderings, which is, I kind of like, but I don't see it in the plant list. Is that an existing date palm or is there?
At the back of the property, there's two existing date palms that was in the rendering, you know, looking at the back. At the entry, we are removing two canary palms.
So you don't want those to be part of the theme or something? They always kind of have a lot of punch to them. That
We studied it, but they kind of are getting a disease right now. So we wanted it to feel where they just drop the top of their head.
Oh, okay, yeah, I get it.
They're replacing them throughout town. So we're trying to not add more to the problem.
And if I can add, we designed to keep them because I thought they were kind of iconic.
Stately and all that,
Yeah, but there is a problem with them losing their heads. So that's why I think the decision with the club and Katie and talking this through that in the long run.
Yeah, and then dactylifer is not a good substitute, as I've seen.
Yeah, that's what they're using now to replace.
I know they like the heat. They're appropriate in the desert. Permeable pavers, I saw you had permeable pavers on some of the areas. What is the proposed permeable paver?
Yeah, if you go to our sheet, I think we call it out. I think it's an Ackerstone, like ashlar pattern with a gravel gap that has like a tan blend color.
24, Dave.
And those are my comments. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Dave, please, questions.
Yeah, just back to the history, is there any part of the project that it is historical or are you having any kind of review for that or is it?
We're not, you know, the only thing that I would imagine would be historical would be the original stone that is the clubhouse. And we're not touching any of that. So the existing fitness center, which was the pro shop, all extends back and you can see the main line of the original packing house, which is the thicker walls in the center. And then those two ends were added. So those elements have plaster walls on them, plaster and wood walls.
And then I assume this has been reviewed and given the blessing by the Burnham Wood homeowners.
Yes, it has. It's been reviewed once by them.
Thanks.
There was a traffic study, and I will admit I did not do anything except sleep through it. It was dense. Are you providing exactly the number of parking spaces that's required in the parking study, please?
I'm pretty sure, Trish, do you know? Trish leave us? No. I think that was the intent of the traffic or the parking study was to analyze and make sure we had adequate parking. And so, yeah.
And have you exceeded that or are you just meeting it? Please.
I'm not sure if we're exceeding it.
You're off. There you go.
Okay. Trish Allen with SEPS. For the parking, We have been asked by our planner to provide a breakdown.
Okay.
I believe we have excess parking. The club does want to have plenty of parking for the events that are allowed through the conditional use permit that they have today. But I don't have an exact figure for the board this
And the reason I ask that is the city of Santa Barbara, as many of us know, have 1 tree per 8 spaces in their larger parking lots. I don't see that here. And I find that tree-covered parking lots are a heck of a lot nicer than non-tree covered parking lots. And so the question is, would it be possible to restudy this to hit at least the 1 in 8 parking?
We are at 1 in 8.
On the upper portion, you've got 10, 12.
But you're right. We could add, what we don't have is a planter around that central little spine that heads back towards the 10th
Right.
fairway. So we could add a planter there. Otherwise, it is all less than 8.
So the
That's the
answer is,
only
so
exception.
the answer is yes.
Yes,
Okay.
well, for sure.
Fenestration. I see 2 kinds of architecture at least, and you're being number 2 at least. Have you considered a different kind of architecture that isn't as modern for the exercise room and things like that, which is glass floor to ceiling? And I understand the desire for that from the inside. But if you considered a way to integrate that fenestration with the existing building or alter the existing building so that we have a single piece of architecture when you're done, please.
Well, I'm actually reusing the doors that are there currently.
Windows, window, 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 window.
Well, they're
window.
I mean, they're actually doors, but
Doors.
that's fine. They're full height
Doors.
glass. So we're reusing those. We're actually bringing those forward that exist currently. If we go back to those photos on, I think it would just be sheet 4, Dave. 2, I'm sorry. Apologize. And maybe zoom in on that one that's right in the middle of the 3rd row. Yeah, so those were existing from the original clubhouse, and that's basically what we are matching for that fitness center.
Mm.
Now, the other fenestrations, those are somewhat random. So for instance, the pro shop, that is as we are proposing it, and, happy to look at alternatives. But this repeats itself, by the way, on the east side as well, where the mixed grill is at the club.
And slightly off exactly the scope of work you're doing, of all of the parking entrances to private residences, to multifamily like Ennisbrook, I don't see anywhere else that have what I call LAX type light standards at the front entry gate. The big, huge 16, 18-foot high down. Do you know whether or not that was permitted? I know you won't know that right now. And could you please help consider that whole entry as part of this, so we don't have this huge bright light spot as we drive down East Valley Road, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, item number 4, we have 2 comments that I know of. Is there anybody else? Yes, sir. Nick, is that who it is? And we have a letter. There's one. It's from you? No, I had this yesterday. It was a woman that said, "Where the heck is the lap pool? I want a lap pool." I wanted a lap pool for years. Why don't they give me a lap pool? So your mic is not on. Push the little horizontal. There you go. Speak into it, please.
Okay. Well, I'm very happy to have been here for two reasons. One, I'm here to tell you how I really feel about this, but what I really like is I've seen this for the first time, and I'm a homeowner. My name is Nick Weber. I live at Los Viennas Drive. I've lived there 10 years. We went through this about 6 years ago. That plan was turned down by the homeowners 6 years ago. You got to remember, Burnham Wood is a homeowners community that owns a club. Everything you've heard here today is about the club. It's not about the homeowner. And the homeowners don't want this activity. They won't. Most of them that I've talked to do not want that pool. They didn't want it 5 years ago or 6 years ago when it was proposed. And I'm proposing today not to just put this in abeyance so we can sit down and work it out. I believe that we're all intelligent people. If we would sit down, you're going to give us some time, we could probably work out something that's acceptable. This is not acceptable to the homeowner.
Very good. Thank you very much for sharing. And there was a letter, please. Oh, okay. All of this seems excessive to many of the members who actually live on the property year round. A group of us have been advocating for the addition of a 25-meter lap pool for decades now. No lap pool, just all this mess. New management board seems uninterested in residents' preferences. Sincerely, Janice Wilson. Is there anybody else that would like to address the board, please? Okay, let's go back through comments. We are on for concept. Henry, are you with us? Okay, I think he's out of town actually. So Brian, do you know, or Trish, do you need planning commission? Do you need board of supervisors?
The project qualifies for a director level CUP amendment.
So not necessarily even the planning commission.
That's correct.
Okay.
Planning Commission approved a conditional use permit for the club in 2005 or 2006.
And would that, do you happen to know the detail if that would happen before or after we make a preliminary approval statement?
I think we have to stay at concept.
Or, yeah, we stay at concept until we have an approval.
we
and
have
then it would come back to you for.
Okay, so
design
Dave,
approval.
there's some, I don't know what that project is for.
And Mr. Chair, I just wanted to mention on the pool, by the way, the pool is 25 yards. And so it is not a technical Olympic-sized pool, but that's consistent. For instance, the lap pool at the Santa Barbara Athletic Club is 25 yards. So the intent here is for it to be a lap pool.
Okay. So it sounds to me like, if I understood what you said, we can't approve this until after it gets to CUP something or other. So we're on for comments. Henry? Yeah, you should be notified of any actions from the county, either us or the county zoning administrator. And you can appeal that if you don't like their decision, in case you can't cooperate, in case you guys can't figure out a way to get along. Yes, I am. So if this thing gets an approval, you can appeal that. If you're not getting the, okay, I just want you to know what, hopefully that won't happen. Hopefully everybody will get along. Okay. Comment. Please, into the mic though. And quickly, please. Thank you.
When I say homeowners, I mean stockholders. We own the stock in the club and the homeowners.
Okay.
Own the whole thing. So I think that's important.
Okay. Comments, Robert.
I I don't have a problem with the project architecturally, but I have a huge problem with this is such a beautiful building and so historic, and have cars parked right in front of it when right now you have this almost sculpture with nothing around it is, to me, a degradation of a piece of history, and I can't support this project.
Bill,
Could you go to the new site plan real quick? I think the architecture is fine. You're matching what you've got there. Go to the new one if you would, the next one up. Yeah. The only thing that I saw, I kind of listening to Robert's comments too, and I can see where the parking in front and maybe the lack of landscape might be more important there. But one of the things I see too at the pool area, I noticed when I was looking at that rendering, was that it was a lot of hardscape up to a hard fence. And I was thinking that maybe that fence floats back a little further and you get a little greenery in front of the wall too, that maybe that pool area could have a little more greenery to it than
Inside the pool area.
inside the pool area, yeah. The rest of the architecture, I think, is fine. I didn't really have any problem with the additions that you were proposing on the main clubhouse and the cottages. When it gets down to the detailing, as long as you're matching everything and it feels like it ties in and scale-wise, I would be fine to support those cottages as well. So that's my opinions. Thanks.
Rob, please, comments?
I would like to see you, of what I looked at, on a few of the items, I'd like to see you upscale some of the materials, for instance, on the paving. Katie, you had mentioned Acrostone. I think of Acrostone, Bellegarde, and I guess, which is kind of one of the permeable, is it meant to be permeable? One of the permeable paving few options, but there are some people that have done some really nice permeable paving with Cherokee Creek, which is a much more authentic looking material. So the few kind of moves that you have to upscale this place and make this project really come together is I think I'd like to see some of the paving be a little bit more rich or a higher quality. And I say that even and you do very good work, but I even looked at the plant palette and I would like to see, I guess, a little bit more pizzazz in the plant palette than it's a little simplified right now for the place. Maybe that's your intent, is to kind of, but I personally would like to see where some of the opportunities you have, you kind of create some nice entry enhancements and you create some nice kind of garden elements that kind of add to it, is my sense, in that it is, and that may differ what the owner wants, but in my mind, it's somewhat of a resort, has some resort quality to it, and should have some of that in there, I guess. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Dave, comments, please.
Yeah, I think the architecture and what you're proposing at this high level scale, conceptual scale, seems appropriate, that you're relating to the existing architecture and conditions. I do think the fenestration and the details are going to be critical right now, especially the cottages, to me seem like they could use a lot of work. And I think you mentioned that. So, but I'm assuming that's because this is concept review and those things are to come. But because of the simplicity of the project, I think those are very important. And then I'm going to tag on, I had concerns about the parking lot as well. Right now, I know you're trying to get the required number of spaces, but it's just very impactful to the building and to the site in ways to soften and buffer that parking area. I think are needed to really integrate it better, and even possibly give up some spaces if you have more than is required to soften it and make it work better with the the existing building.
Along the same lines, Brian, I don't think that the architecture is stellar. I'm not so sure I know how to get it there. But, looks like maybe part of the original building in the 1970s, and we are 50 years beyond that. So if there's a way to add some vitality to it. And the community plan says residential, low intensity, semi-rural character that they want us to maintain. This feels more urban to me, or at best, suburban, not semi-residential. It's laid out like an urban design. And that goes to the quantity of landscaping and also the way in which things flow together. And if there's a way to rethink some of this, you're going to be doing work on the parking lot, you're going to be repaving that thing anyway. Maybe there's some ways to pull that off and get a nice buffer between the parking area and the building itself. I know you're trying to maximize it. The numbers you gave, 63 feet, is the minimum that I'm aware of front to back, et cetera. So there may not be any ways to maintain that with the existing fairway that's up there, but anything to help bring in the soft elements that characterize the community as opposed to downtown, which is fairly hard and no landscape up against buildings and things of that nature. So, okay, so I don't know where we go next with this. It sounds like you go to talk with Lisa or somebody, is that right?
Eventually, yes, that's where we will go.
But before us.
Before we come back to you, that's
Yeah,
correct.
okay.
We still need to get the application deemed complete.
Okay,
So,
very good.
so if I can just ask a real quick question, just I think the comments about softening, right now there is a curb right in front of the clubhouse and we just basically left that. And yes, you were correct, Mr. Chair, that we don't want to push too far into that 10th fairway. And so that's been the constraint. But I think it's a good comment to try to add some landscape buffer in front of the club and these parking spaces. So we will look at that. I just want to make sure, though, the one piece that I really can't soften up too much because it is a constraint is the distance between the clubhouse and the road to the east. So, that area is tight and we obviously want it to function as a gathering place for the club. And the very important part of this is the relationship of the fitness center to the pool and those activities, that we didn't want that to be too far away. So we'll do our best to work on the parking lot.
Brian, can I ask you a question? Is there another place for this extra parking instead of smack dab in front of one of the most beautiful buildings in all of Montecito?
Well, you can see that we've added little fingers of parking wherever we could up there by the cottages and along the road.
Do you have a photo of the front of the clubhouse?
Yeah, I think if we'll go back to number
go back to that.
I apologize, they're not great photos, but next one. Yeah, there you go. So if we look at the lower row, if we can blow up.
No, I'm talking about the front of the clubhouse.
Yeah, the lower row, these are unfortunately pretty wide angle shots.
Okay.
No, yeah, keep going. And then over. So there you see, I mean, it's a red curb.
Yeah, but
Currently, all
having cars parked all along the front of that beautiful building, I'll never be able to approve it with that. I mean, yeah, it's a red curb, but it's, for valets and You know, I don't know. I think you gotta find someplace else for that extra parking.
Okay, we'll study that.
Would you do the community a favor and drive home going down Sheffield Drive and feel that street? And then try to bring as much of that in here. And it may be from the entry gates to here and then somewhere else, but really add the softness that's on Sheffield. I mean, that's Montecito. This, I have a harder time sort of ascribing this to Montecito. And now's the chance. It'll be at least 50 more years, right? This was built in the 70s. Whatever gets done now will be at least 50 years. Yeah, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, we are up to item number 5. Item number 6 was continued. So if you were here for that, and also for the comments on the compatibility study, that's going to get shrunk maybe a little bit if you were not aware that item number 6 is being continued. Item number 5, 1181 Glenview Road. I know we have 10 comment letters. I have at this moment 1 speaker slip. Is there anybody else that wants to address the board, please? It's here. Okay. And this is the first time we have seen this. Linda, are you here? Okay, very good. And Linda, and who else do you have with you, please?
Jason Rowe. We are
Jason?
the architects for the project, and we also have Keir Smith, our landscape architect.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Thank you for your time today. We are here to present this new residential project. If you could actually go back to the slide 1, yep, and zoom into the vicinity map just to locate the project. The residence, the site is in the Pepper Hill community on the Glenview Road side. So there is the Pepper Hill HOA community agency involved. So back in March, a couple months ago, we did present this current design to the HOA and received preliminary approval. The clients prior to this HOA presentation in March were actively meeting with neighbors. All the neighbors in the community were invited to this HOA presentation where we presented this design. Prior to that presentation, there was also story poles installed for that meeting. And so we have preliminary approval from the HOA prior to this. The proposed project is a 2-story single-family residence with an attached garage. Currently, the primary home is about 5,535 square feet. The attached garage at 800 square feet, and we're also currently showing a detached ADU at about 800 square feet. Yeah, so this page here is just showing the context of the neighborhood. So I'll just let the images sort of speak for themselves, if you don't mind going back one, just to show the varying range of styles of architecture in the neighborhood. The next slide. This is a site context imagery showing what is currently existing on the site. So the site currently has a 1-story single-family residence and a detached guest house, as well as an attached garage to the single-family residence. So stylistically is a flat roof, contemporary home with stucco, mostly stucco. This is the survey of the current existing home. As you can see, just some of the existing site conditions that we were contending with as we were thinking about locating the proposed buildings on the site. As you can see at the north where the detached guest house is, we're contending with this portion of the lot where we have a quickly falling slope to the east. As well, if you can go to the next slide, just showing the blue portion just is outlining the areas of the slope that are greater than 20%. So some of the things we were considering while looking at this existing siting and thinking about our siting is how to locate the primary residence at the wider portion of the lot, currently where the driveway and auto court is. And in doing so, also minimizing the amount of hardscape and amount of driveway that would be required to get to the new primary house. If you could please go to the next slide. Actually, we could skip through these. We had a conceptual grading done by our civil engineer for this concept. We can go one more just to the, yeah. So this is where we're proposing the design to be maintaining the existing driveway, but minimizing the auto court and driveway hardscape. I'll let Kier speak more about the hardscape and landscape concepts, but yeah, really the beauty of this site is all the existing oaks that you see along the southwest portion of the lot, as well as to the east, and really preserving all these existing oaks. We wanted to pull the main house north of that area and just nestle in a smaller attached ADU where these oak groves are. And I'll let Kier continue with the landscape scheme.
Thank you. On this sheet, actually, so
Speak up or pull the mic closer or something, please.
thank you. Could you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I'll kind of focus on the perimeter first of how we're addressing some of the screening with landscaping, and then I'll kind of work in. So on the northern property line up here, we have that's kind of the lower part of the property. Currently, it's fairly exposed because the client was it maybe a year ago now, we removed a lot of eucalyptus, which were filling up this whole slope area, which was I think appreciated by the neighborhood. And so we're proposing more of a naturalistic oak trees and various types of shrubs along the northern property line. Currently on the eastern property line, the neighbor has a 12-foot high podocarpus hedge. So we don't need a lot of screening there. There's also a eucalyptus grove here. So we're proposing again a mix of oak trees and various shrubs. And then the southern property line, the neighbor has a mature screening. This is also the views out to the ocean from that area. And so where the proposed ADU is, we'll be maintaining as much view as we can of the ocean. And then as we kind of work to the western property line, which is along Glenview Road, currently we have a 5-foot freestanding wall. Kind of see in this plan, zoom in, but kind of jogs along here. And it's in relatively good condition. We intend to maintain it and enhance it. And then also have plantings, which we'll see in the renderings and things on both sides of the wall. I think Linda mentioned we are re-looking at the gate. Maybe we can actually flip to the next sheet, please. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. So up here, this is a diagram just showing various vantage points along Glenview Road. This view here is an existing view. You could see the story poles that Lyndon mentioned are currently up. They've been up for a long time now. But what we're looking at now is the guest house, current guest house location, and then the story poles is the garage. We are planning to introduce a large mature olive tree to kind of help fill that gap and screen it from the road. And down here, this is a current location, current existing situation with the walls. And then you can see the story poles lightly. If you zoom in, you can really see that. But what we're proposing to do is introduce a loris hedge in the back of that wall that we could install at 8 foot high. And then refinish the wall to better match the architecture and grow ficus vines on it. So in the interim, we would see white as opposed to this peach color here. And then along the frontage, this planter here, we have an opportunity to make a cohesive landscape of different ground covers and specimens, plantings. And you can see an oak canopy here that we're maintaining, of course. Maybe the next sheet, please. So these two renderings, or sorry, these three renderings focusing more on the gate location, which will be essentially what the only real views that the neighborhood will have of the house, at least from a pedestrian and driving standpoint. This is existing condition. There's 2 ficus trees on either side of the gate. We're maintaining as they provide, good screening. And then this is the proposed situation. And so doing a nice gate here, and then different levels of planting screening in front of the house. And then these are just kind of illustrating how we're looking at the house from below and atop. And so you can kind of catch glimpses of the house, but it's very minimal. Would note too that, if you zoom in here, we can see the story pole of the house, and yeah, that the road is higher currently than the house elevation. So I think it's go to the next slide, please. These are more rendering views, just kind of the wall, that existing wall that we intend to grow ficus vines on. And then you can see the hedge here. And then these are representations in 3D world of the existing oak trees. Next sheet, please. Yeah, and so the further you go down Glenview, this is existing picture. We're pretty low, and so the hill quickly rises, and then we have the wall atop. So there's really no chance of seeing the house or the ADU. And I think that's the last sheet for me would be, this is a site section through the driveway in the house, and then kind of going back through the pool. And what we hope this illustrates is, vantage point from a person walking along the road or driving. The existing wall and the hedge will really obscure the house from the road there. I think that's that. Maybe we can flip back up to L 1.0.
We're going to be doing a site visit, I guarantee it, with all this interest. So we could pick it up there, So I don't know that we've gone into the architecture itself very much, please.
Sure, I think we have some slides coming up here. If we could maybe flip forward. And so you've heard how we've dealt with the siting of the house and some of the factors that we've tried to kind of hold in regard, whether it's the slope, whether it's proximity to street, and also allowing the home to take advantage of the views that the site inherently offers. If we could advance, so this is the existing, if we could maybe advance one slide. Again, you've heard the points made here. It's to note that in this diagram, the gray areas represent the first story or the ground story of the house, and then the lighter rectangle at the main house represents the second story. And what we really tried to do, even though the house is shaped like an L, kind of coming off the street. We did try to make the architectural character of the house more inward facing towards the eastern side of the lot. So for views, also for privacy, and also to try to have a slightly more opaque and muted quality along the street side to be, we felt it was more appropriate even for the neighbors. And then the ADU is tucked away to the south. And the next slide will just go and just provide some of the layout plans, which
You don't need to look at.
right. And so we have two slides. Maybe we can go forward one more that show the exterior elevations, if we just keep going. This is actually, I mean, you saw a rendering of it, but this just shows that house. I know we're representing landscape in front of it, but it's just to reinforce the point that we are sensitive to the look of and the appearance of the house from the street, and trying to screen appropriately. And you'll see that we've established the height of the house at 25 feet above surrounding finished grade, in an attempt to kind of keep that lower and less present. Next slide, please. And so now we move into some of the exterior elevations, and you'll see that we are trying to integrate this into the larger language of Santa Barbara architecture by obviously using the local sandstone as a base material, as well as kind of softer, warmer, kind of off-white plaster material. There might also be some wood screening in there just to add a little bit of material warmth as well. Next slide will show the other side. And so this is the interior facing side. We have more glass on this side, but it's on an elevation that we feel is less consequential to public eye, and also allows for the homeowners to take in the views that the lot affords. Thank you.
Was that it then, please?
Thank you.
Questions, Bill?
Yeah, I was looking at your site plan there and I couldn't see the topography. I see in your section there. Are you, maybe I
Keep
should
going
check.
up because they have it shown
Yeah, so you're proposing.
right there, right there.
1,300. Well, that's the existing. So are you proposing to flatten that whole area where you're putting the new house? And then is that where you got?
Can we quickly flip to L 1.0, maybe easier to.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like you're going to create a big flat pad there, or what's that?
Yeah, so I think as Jason kind of alluded to, we've really worked with the site to try to balance the cut and fill as much as possible, given the constraints. We're dealing with, this slope here. So the house elevation, like we obviously have this oak tree canopy to contend with that we're not affecting any grades beneath. And so really what we're doing, there's not really a lot of walls. We're sloping and using native boulders as to help this building feel like it's really integrated into the site. So as you come down here, there's a gentle slope. This is all flat, and then more or less this whole area would be at the same elevation, the pool deck area.
And then it drops substantially off the back where the dining table is there. Is that a fairly steep slope? Is that corner kind of high out of the ground at that?
Yeah.
point? How high would you say that is?
At this corner here, we have landscaping and boulder retaining walls, and so the drop off there would be about 4 feet, the max.
And
This would be the majority of the grading happening.
So would you say your elevations depict kind of how that north is up? So your northern face, is that kind of taller than you depict in your elevations, you think, there?
The elevations, if we can flip towards the end of the presentation, they do show a taller elevations. We try to also answer your question. That area is a flattish area in its existing state where all the driveways are. And what we did was we first of all are coming down about 4 feet. So to try to suppress the kind of visual appearance of the house. So we are coming down and we're hitting this little balance point because if we just maintained, that would be way out of the ground. So you can see it in the section up above on the right side and the corresponding elevation. You do see starting from the left and bottom drawing, that little deck area that you were first talking about, you see the taller point there. And what's not clearly shown are the additional landscaping grading that the site plan shows. And then, but yes, you could see in the section up above, taken at the garage, that we do have a little bit more height on that side.
And then your roof lines, you really only have one overhang kind of on the south side, is that right, at the entry there? And then the rest is pretty well clipped, and those are like that side there, the east elevation, that's floor to ceiling glass, I assume, huh? And no overhang on that.
Correct. On the upper elevation, on the left side, which is the northern side, you can see some shadowing implied. There is a little bit of depth recess there from the edge of the upper slab to the glazing. We are looking at possibly adding a little bit more depth to that facade by extending that slab, but you are correct. It's a tighter little volume with select places of recess.
And you did say you got Pepper Hills okay, at least on the preliminary?
Yes, we did.
All right, that was all. Thanks.
Dave, questions, please.
Have you calculated the amount of grading?
Speak up, Dave.
Have you calculated the amount of grading?
Yes, there's a conceptual grading, I believe. If you go to the civils plan, just to be exact.
Says it in the project.
Oh, I have it here as well.
Accurate.
It's about 1,300 cubic yards of cut and approximately 550 cubic yards of fill.
So you'll be exporting the difference.
Yes, I will say, since that's been submitted, we've worked with Lydia out at Coast. She's a civil engineer. And we're reducing the amount of export because we're adding a little bit more fill, especially where we're high by the garage and the dining terrace area.
Okay.
So maybe it's like 150 cubic yards less around there.
Rob,
Do you have any exhibit that has the existing site plan superimposed onto the proposed site plan?
We do internally, which was very helpful, but we don't have it as part of this package.
Yeah, it would be, maybe the next time.
it would be very helpful.
Yeah,
Not a problem.
Good choice of words.
that was my main question. Thank you.
Robert, questions, please.
That's a lot of glass. And I'm not an expert in this kind of architecture, but how do you meet energy calcs and keep these things from leaking with no overhangs?
So I'd like to submit that we will have some overhangs. They won't be deep 6-foot type overhangs, but we're looking at overhangs in the ballpark of 12 to possibly 36 inches in some areas. With regards to energy efficiency, the manufacturers and the glazers are able to provide insulated glass units and coatings that meet all of the required values. And it's also to note that this side is the eastern side. So typically,
Right.
while it will receive early morning sun, especially in the winter when the sun is lower, overhead and southern exposure is actually minimized. So from a orientation standpoint, this is a little bit more textbook in terms of seeking out some efficiency to combat solar.
Is there an inspiration of modern architect that you admire that's, inspiring this, I guess, is what I'm asking?
I think what we aim to do is not necessarily like emulate another building. I mean, there are kind of canonical examples of houses with glass. I mean, we think of things like Farnsworth House, and I don't think we'd suggest that that's what we're aiming for here. But what we are aiming for is a building that captures the essence of the kind of indoor-outdoor that this climate affords, the views, the kind of drawing in of an inclusion of nature to the interior, while maintaining a palette of softer, more natural materials in the form of lighter oak wood at the interiors, maybe some soffits, as well as the stone material.
No more questions.
Okay, so I have read enough of each of the letters to know where they're going. It's an unusually large number of neighbor comments. So we're going to do a site visit for sure, new two-story building. But the question that I want to ask, I have two related questions. Did you study a single-story solution? Because it seems like the second story is the real problem with the letters that I read. Have you studied a single-story solution, please?
We have studied, we did not necessarily study a solution where everything was single story. And while that could serve to be an interesting study, I think the reason that when we went through many iterations, one thing that drove us to seeking that second level was the kind of proximity of the site to the kind of general fall off on the hill, and being able to capture some of the views of the coastline and the ocean. Right now, where the existing house is sited, it is single story. There is some buildup in that house. So if you visit the house, and it actually steps up, 3 or 4 feet by the time you reach the southern side of the house. But one thing that we did notice is that house, in its effort to capture some of those views, it ends up really almost up against the property line there relative to the house below it. And so we felt like instead of building the house on the highest point of the site, almost, looming over the house below, this other location further to the north actually helped to balance some of those aspects.
You seem to make a important declaration about the 20-degree slope. It's in blue on a number of your different drawings. I wasn't sure why, but I saw it. It leads me to ask the question, can you build something where it's still a two-story house, but that you're burying in part of it? So it's a single-story house from the street. You have the secondary set of bedrooms, which is what you're looking at, still with a view from where you are. Does that work for your program, for the views that you're trying to get at and things like that? Is that configuration possible? Was it explored?
We did look at that. And what we found was that the view situation became extremely compromised.
So digging it down loses what you're trying to grab.
Correct.
And is that because of your neighbor's hedges, or is that because somehow the ocean changes position?
The combination of both. Yeah, I think when you go lower, you are losing that coastline view, but also, yes, I think the building is much more in shade as it gets lower down that topography.
Okay, very good. Public comment, we have, as I said, a number. So let's start with Robert. I think you were the first one to have a slip come in. Are you here, please? Robert Van Boober. I hope I didn't mash your name. And please come up. If you would prefer, you can sit down, or if you'd like, you can stand up over there. Very good, thank you. 3 minutes.
Yeah, you've made some good suggestions about lowering the height of the building so it's not as imposing on all of us neighbors. Yeah, I was trying to work out something. I'd like to be a good neighbor. I'd like to talk to Bob about all different aspects of working this out. So far, you've got good ideas, and find a compromise where he and I are both happy, the neighbors are all happy. Yeah, so far it just seems very imposing to me. It sticks up so high, and there are no pictures here showing our house, but it would be looking straight into our main living space and with walls of glass facing us, and very uncomfortable feeling to me. Um, Hopefully we can all work this out. So we're happy, Bob's happy, the neighbors are happy. And, yeah, it's a wonderful house. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Lori, is it? There's a bar that you push. There you go, you're on.
Thank you. I'm Lori McKinley, and I live not parallel. I live a little down on Glenview, on a blind hill, because obviously the topography of our hills, and I used to ride my horse all over Pepper Ranch, and that whole topography is all hill and all slope. So what I'm really concerned about is, again, the height of the 25-foot building, which is right next to the road and right next to the height of where they're living, where they're putting it on top of the plot of the footprint. I'm very concerned about that because it has a softness. Our whole neighborhood has a softness about it, which all Montecito does and all Santa Barbara does, because I was born and raised here. We have a softness, and this has an urban effect to it in the sense that it's modern, and I'm definitely with architectural modern, but at the same time, it's a modernity that goes on top of the plot of the hill, of the footprint, and it goes through a 25-foot distance right by our road. And that will really inhibit all the views that we are able to see in our neighborhood. And it'll inhibit it by not having the openness and the view when the meandering over the neighborhood is done, and which is what all of Hope Ranch, Montecito, wherever we are in Santa Barbara, whether we're in that is really inhibiting us being able to look out and inhibiting neighbors from being able to see. And so the height of it, and I love the fact that you all are looking at the fact that it could be a one-story. I was told, I've lived there for 14 years, and I was told at the time that I was not going to be able to build 2 stories. And actually, we go down the hill, and the second story is always underneath, and the pool is always down the hill. And that's very much the softness that happens in Montecito. And that's what I'm missing with this urban type of modernism on the top peak of the plot. Okay?
Very good, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have 8 or 10 letters. Excuse me.
Do we have to go?
Kimberly, are you there, please?
I am back.
Okay, so can we get going? Everybody here? Yeah. Okay, so we had an intermission, so we have had a number of people speak. The owner would like to also speak, so we have, so we have a hand up and we have some letters. So, Bob, could you come on up and address the board, and then we'll try to, so you have 3 minutes, please. And now you're on.
Okay. Hi there. Just wanted to introduce myself. I'm the owner of the property. And one thing, in terms of views, we've done a lot of work to actually open up views. So I'm not sure we actually present that in our presentation because we didn't, because we had already sort of reviewed that with all of our neighbors. But in light of the letters that have come in, I just wanted you to know that there's, record online, and I can provide you the photos, that before we cleared the eucalyptus, there was no view over our property walking by. So I think that's a significant sort of comment. So there are views that people have now that they're asking for us to preserve for them. So it's an interesting sort of dilemma. I probably shouldn't have ever taken trees down until we talked, but it was something we wanted to do to understand the property and the site, which I think you can appreciate. So I just wanted you to understand that and understand that our commitment is to do something really special here and really have it be a benchmark in the neighborhood. We intend to spend the rest of our days living on this property. So this is our own residence. And so we look to do something really, really, really special. I'm an active part of the community and working on doing a number of things to improve our overall community as well. So I'm not just a passive member of the HOA. I'm an active member working on infrastructure.
Thank you very much. Okay, and we have one raised hand, please.
Our next speaker is Robert Kemp.
Robert, can you hear us? Are you on mute, Robert? Robert, it looks like you're on mute. Okay. Yeah, let's leave it open. Okay, so we have 10 letters or something, of which I have read, and they all seem to be variations of a master letter that came down. We have two that are in that are in their own folders, and those have, yeah, those two up in the first two. Yeah, go ahead. And they have photographs associated with them. No, not that. Not that. That's the part of the guidelines. And I thought they had photographs of them. Okay, I thought they. Okay, so let's read that comment letter or summarize it anyway. See, it says, so owner for wife, very concerned about proposed new residence being constructed at 1181 Glenview, proposed at 25 feet, which is in excess of the square footage for the lot. The FAR is what they're talking about. Proposed residence versus the existing footprint of the current residence would significantly block views and significantly impact the privacy for many current residents of Pepper Hill. MBAR architectural guidelines seems to address these concerns of current proposed residents being built as it affects the long-standing residents of the community. Purpose of this letter is to encourage the MBAR to investigate the possibility of increasing the residence setback from the road and locate it down the slope. It's been next down a little, please. Once again, increasing the proposed residence setback from the road would allow current residents to continue to enjoy views for which the current homeowners made their decision to purchase and live in Montecito Hills. Okay, that's one. And then there was another one that was in if you can, okay. He did? Okay, and can we look at their photographs just so everybody can see it that are in there, in that folder? So, and then there's two others, and that's down the hall, and then that's the last one, okay? Robert Kemp, is it for this item here? Item number 5? 5. Yeah, okay. Yes, Robert, please.
Hi, I'm Robert Kemp, and I'm a resident at 356 Woodley Road. We also have the parcel below 356 Woodley Road at 1190 Glenview, which is directly across from the Bridgers residence. And I was at home, and you guys did the fire, and I'm like, I'll just come down. So I'm sorry for delaying you for a moment. I just wanted to lend my support because we are residents there for 11 years. I'm certainly an old dog and I'm resistant to change, but I think this project, I think what Rocket's done is really very nice. And of all the residences on Pepper Hill, our residents will see more mass and more than any other residents on Pepper Hill. And speaking for my wife, who can't be here, we firmly endorse all aspects of this project. We think they've done a great job. We too have enjoyed the former residents of the Larguras being tucked, southeasterly and down away. And when Bob and Julia originally proposed this, we thought, wow, that's close to the street and it's tall and it's this and that. But as the process has gone on, and we see all the beautiful landscaping and the design of the home, and the presentation today, which I sat in on at home, it's clear to me that it's going to have very low impact for all the residents. And again, for us, we're going to be looking at more mass than anyone, and we think it's going to be still a really nice addition to the special nature of health.
Thank you. Okay, let's do another one, please.
So we do have someone joining us by phone. If it's this item that you'd like to speak on, hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself.
Hello? *6.
I know that we had a gentleman who's here for the next item. He said he was going to join us by phone. It might be him. So *6 if you want to speak on this item. And
So we're going to review quickly the other letters, and if you want to speak, who's ever on the phone, *6, and we'd be happy to hear from you, of course. Okay, so these are all, whoops. I read these, and they're all basically concerned about the same thing: too close to the street, going to block our views, recent NBA comments about the Biltmore update proposals seem to apply here. Even though some plans meet the measurable requirements, adjustments were requested to keep the romantic character. Please help us maintain our open, park-like, and welcoming character. So that's one. We have lived on Pepper Hill since 2012. My parents since 1978. The feature that sets the Pepper Hill apart from others is the mature landscaping, which offers not just privacy for the individual homes, but a cohesive ambiance where most homes are not fully visible by passerby. Rather than walking or driving through a housing development, we pass through a park-like setting. Plans for the new dwelling show the structure closer to the road than the previous dwelling. For this reason, we hope that the landscaping will be kept will be keeping with the rest of Pepper Hill, sufficiently dense to lessen the home's visibility as one walks and drives by. There exists a number of mature trees, 2 lovely ficus, which we hope will remain as part of our landscaping. Next, please. David. This said, I'm writing today to express my concern over the proposed siting. I have been a homeowner since 2010. That this siting plan risks obstructing our neighbors' cherished natural landscapes and mountain views, particularly while walking and driving Glenview. On Pepper Hill, our beautiful roads and vistas attract daily walkers from both our neighborhood and many surroundings. There is a common theme that homes, sites where views of mountains and screens are available from our roads are thoughtfully nestled lower on the terrain, preserving an illusion of one-story residences and ensuring our scenic views remain accessible to neighborhood and public enjoyment. To safeguard the scenic beauty of our neighborhood and Montecito's unique character and allure, I urge you to look into the possibility of relocating the home further from the road to lower terrain of the lot. The current existing home at this address, a 1-story, is located lower on terrain and mostly out of sight. The planned home, a much larger 2-story, sited on the lot's highest terrain and close to Glenville Road, does not feel in keeping with the inherent long-term planning of this development. Making this adjustment to the building plan would help mitigate visual obstruction, protect the panoramic vistas that define both Montecito and Pepper Hill, charm, and enable our community to retain views for public enjoyment. Next, please. Okay. Beautiful roads and vistas to preserve our neighborhood. I urge you to consider relocating this home further down the road to lower terrain on the lot. The existing home at this address, a 1-story home, is located. So I think we've heard this. Yeah. Next, please. This new home on the lot, the new location on the lot for the home versus the existing, and would significantly block views and impact the privacy for all residents and visitors on Pepper Hill. It's my request that MBAR investigate the possibility of increasing the home's setback from the road and locate it further down the slope. Homes in Pepper Hill have traditionally been well sited to preserve public mountain and ocean views and to preserve privacy of the neighborhoods. There are many 2 homes, however, they've been built low on the terrain such that impact from the road is more similar to a 1-story house. It seems that increasing the home setback from the road would allow the homeowner to build a larger home they desire while minimizing the impact on the neighbors. Okay. You want to read this one?
Sure. I'm a resident of Pepper Hill, development Montecito, lived at 1170 Glenview. I'm concerned with the proposed site plan associated with the design. On Pepper Hill, our beautiful vistas of mountains and oceans create many neighbors and visitors who meander our hilltop topography. The narrowness of our private road with no easements, blind hills and curves create safety dangers for all neighbors who can constantly enjoy walking with baby strollers and dogs and each other. With a footprint only 25 feet from the road and the architectural 2-story design of 25-foot architectural design, wall hugging the road and landscape planting to cover structure, the safety of sharing with cars is very tenuous and can be dangerous. In addition, Glenview Road has had construction occurring that also block the ability of Montecito Fire Department. Pictures were taken from Montecito Police and Fire were constantly monitored, even though our roads are privately owned. I also experienced incident of an elderly woman walking her dog on my driveway on a blind hill during the construction truck traveling on the road swerved around her, causing her to jump back and fall into the landscaping. He didn't stop and took her home with cuts. And I took her home with cuts, bruises, and bad scrapes to her caretaker at home. Nearby safety is diminished and destructed. Without easements, narrow blind hills, and curves, our Montecito neighborhood becomes vulnerable. The readjustment topography of the plot should be moved back. The design of a two-story house designed not to embrace the topography of the hillside and ecology is not fitting the neighborhood. I've worked with many outstanding architects that vision the natural beauty, and as said before, the 25-foot setback and immediate 25-foot two-story design should definitely be redesigned to allow more space for narrow roads and safety, as well as the original beauty and unique open space of our Montecito neighborhood. The footprint does not create safety on the roads or natural habitat. Our neighborhood is very unique to Montecito, as it is the highest point closest to the ocean with magnificent views from harbor to Ventura. Having been born and raised in Santa Barbara, I used to always ride my horses on the Pepper Ranch, enjoying the magnificent horse paths and joining my friends, the mogul, as we call this. It's uniquely outstanding. Okay. Laura McKinley, 1170.
I'll take this one.
Okay.
I'm sorry that I won't be able to attend the meeting. I've had the opportunity to review the plans. The home will be a vast improvement to the site and to Pepper Hill. While my aesthetic are not modern, I respect beautiful architecture. My concern is visibility of the home from the street. The charm of Montecito and Pepper Hill is the mystery of the home. The glimpse one sees nestled in the beautiful landscaping tucked away, the tiny peak that leaves one wondering. With the location of the home shifting forward, it's important that the essence of Pepper Hill is not be lost. The lovely mature ficus trees that currently grace the entrance, thankfully, are part of the revised landscape plan, and I am hopeful that they will not be removed in the future. Landscaping that softens the street view is critical in light of the new location to ensure one of the critical aesthetics of Pepper Hill. And the last one. I'm a resident. Let's see. One of the many wonderful benefits of the hill, the stunning aspect we enjoy while walking. The lush greenery and breathtaking ocean views are not something that all of us have from our homes, but we can enjoy multiple times a day, both on foot and in our cars. Having been here almost 20 years, we have watched the landscape change, each new home adding value to the neighborhood, but also changing everyone's outlook. 1181 is a perfect example of this. I'm a big proponent of maintaining independence in what we are allowed to do with our homes, that we pay a premium all around just to own. But I also am an advocate for not doing anything that might adversely affect our neighbors. The proposed placement on the home will change the outlook for all of us in that it is way too close to the street and too high on the property. If everyone did that, the neighborhood would look like Newport Beach or Calabasas or other newer development where home size is maximized at the expense of all else. This property is large enough where they shouldn't need to make that kind of a sacrifice one way or another. It was a bad enough when they cut down those beautiful trees, which formerly was a green and lush outlook from our home. But now they want to put up a new house right in the front of the property. We don't understand why this is necessary. Please feel free to reach out, etc. Okay, now is there one more online?
So we do have that one, go back to our telephone speaker again. If this is the item that you'd like to speak to, it's *6 on your phone. If it's not the item that you'd like to speak to, press *9 to lower your hand. I think our speaker has stepped away from the computer.
Okay, very good. So we're now back to the full board. I think it's very obvious we're going to do a site visit. Sometimes we're a little brief in our comments until we've been out there. Other times, people have found ways to give a good deal of direction. So let's get started in the same order. Bill, please.
Dave, could you go to the elevations real quick? So, yeah, definitely site visit, see the story poles, they're up. That's great. Appreciate that. You know, I guess that, you know, the fact that it is as close as it is to the street, although you've got some distance there for the two-story massing, which is great, it feels very blocky to me. I know maybe a model would help explain that a little better, but it has kind of a very blocked out, you know, stacking of second floor on top of first floor. And I don't see a lot of undulation or play in the elevations. What maybe might be something that we'll discover when we're out at the site is maybe you don't have as much of a second floor to help supplement maybe some of the concerns of the neighbors. Maybe there's a way to reduce the second floor and increase the first floor and soften that second floor, that second story. You know, again, I think we'll see on the site. Maybe it is the position on the site too, how high it is. You drive down further down to a driveway to get into your garage to get everything lower. So these are kind of things I think we're going to be looking at when we get out there to the site. You know, try to follow the topography as naturally as you can and not come in and create a flat pad and just plop it right down on there. Maybe there's a way to step the house too within the topography of the land. So those are just kind of generally what I would be looking at when we get out to the site and see if there are options for you to do that. So think about it. Anyway, thanks.
Dave, comments, please.
Yeah, well, I actually think this is a very elegant design solution, and I'm not as concerned about the blockiness of it if it's done correctly. You know, it's sort of like Mies van der Rohe. But it's all very dependent on the details. I especially appreciate the way it minimizes hardscape. So many of the projects that come in now have tons of hardscape. I think this is very minimal. Given the difficult constraints of the site with that steep slope on the east side and the oak trees to the southwest, it's a limited pad, and I think this configuration works from that standpoint too. And I like the way the landscape's going with the natural boulder walls, which helps soften things and becomes less architectural. However, all that being said, the real question in my mind is this appropriate for this site? And is it compatible with the neighborhood? And we have to go to the site and see the story poles and see how it looks. But I really like the architecture. I mean, these are conceptual plans, but I can see how this could be very nice. So it's really important for us to go out there and look at it. And then I would ask when you come back to show the existing grades on all the sections and elevations so we know where the grading is and really take another close look at that and see if you can balance it on site. Those are my comments.
Rob, comments, please.
I'm going to start with first a question. Where on the ADU, I don't know, where does somebody using that ADU park and how do they access?
Yeah, we don't talk about ADUs. Let's move on, please.
Okay. So I agree with the comments of my peers in terms of and seeing what happens when we go on site, whether you know whether the house can be stepped down, you know, with rather than going 2 stories like you're doing, maybe you step it down the hill a little more, some kind of combination of that I think is worth looking at. But as far as I mean, I like some of the pieces on the hardscape and the landscape. Some of it feels like that some of those pieces are not kind of weaved and tied together. Well, they seem a little disconnected. I mean, there's the pool and there's a lot of little areas out there. And so some of the positive aspects that Dave mentioned, I think maybe there needs to be where there's some sense of some of the hardscape and some of the use areas feel like they grow out of the house. And then that so that you have kind of these rectangles, which is nice, but then as you kind of move away from the house, maybe drift that off a little bit more with some of the materials, let the, the flagstone and all that, it's really kind of cut rigid, that maybe some of that could start to, some elements of that could start to kind of drift down into the landscape. Like I see the retaining wall that's there, and when I'm saying it's disconnected, some of those pieces don't look like they fit, like that retaining wall doesn't really fit into the forms that you're showing on the plan. So, I mean, I think you have all the right pieces, and I think that you're in the right direction. I just think you could kind of weave it together a little better, and I think it'll be successful with that thinking. So,
Robert, comments?
Well, this isn't my favorite aesthetic, and I worry about the lighthouse effect, but if it meets the setback requirements and we go out there and look at the story poles, I mean, I just look at the topography and feel like, where else are you going to put this house? So I'm going to reserve judgment until we get out there.
I read the letters yesterday. And I don't do it very often to go and do a site visit before the meeting after reading, but just the quantity of them, So I drove by and there was one house that, as you go further to the south and west of your property, closer to Alston, that we approved, I don't know, a couple, 3 years ago. And it seemed awfully in your face when I drove by there. And I don't know if the landscaping that they had planned or promised was omitted, whether or not we made a mistake or what, but it does not feel like any other house in the area. And that's, I think, what the comment letters are about. And if you haven't had a chance to drive by and take a look at it, it's on the south side, downhill side, just like your side. And as I remember, it was stepped down into the hillside, that particular project. And it's still somewhat troublesome to me visually in terms of neighborhood compatibility, which I think is what Dave was talking about. So that's what I'm going to be looking for, is how can we make sure that this really does fit in with the neighborhood and is not an odd piece out? And given that that other piece of architecture that's there, if we approve something similar to that, I think that the neighborhood has the right to say the neighborhood is going the wrong way. So please find another way. Have you guys had a chance to review these letters before today? Were they transmitted to you in some way? So you have physical copies of them or electronic copies? Okay. So just wanted to make sure so you weren't blindsided. So according to this, you don't have a planner? Okay, so we won't be seeing you for a while. You got to get there. They got to review it. You could get on the agenda. So think about what we've said, and we will see you out there. Now, let's talk about story poles. There was a site plan where I think Jason said that the white was the second story and the gray was the lower, or backwards. I can't remember which it was.
Correct.
Uh,
I think it was a couple slides down.
Keep going
further
farther south, yeah.
I think it might be this slide or the next. This one right here.
Yeah, that one right there. Okay. I don't think there's any question that probably all four corners of the upper roof need to be story pole. Does everybody agree with that?
Well, what have you, your story poles are up, right?
They are up to the second.
Oh, I didn't see them, so I'm not sure I knew where I was.
They were pointing on the,
Yeah, they should be up,
Still up.
delineating.
Are they
that
still up?
For most points.
Okay.
Where did you put them?
They stake,
Corners?
Why don't you grab the microphone, walk up there? The microphone, there's right next to you.
I don't have the staking plan, handy, but.
But you can use your hand. Okay.
And we will go, up there, but I believe, what we have staked there are these upper bounds. And then we have the kind of extents. Now, one thing that you might notice is we were, not correct. Yeah, that's, you'll notice this upper point, which is the most prominent one.
Okay.
You'll notice. Now, the one thing that convolutes it a little bit is there's the presence of the existing structure, and there is some overlap with that.
That's fine.
So just keeping that in mind.
So from a very practical point of view, the weather seems to be over, but who knows these days. So you're not back here for at least a month, and it wouldn't surprise me if it were 3 months, just getting on the agenda, all of that. So would members of the board be able to drive by between now and then? And we can do a formal site visit, and I think we should, but just in case something happens to the poles, they've already gone to the expense of putting them up so that we can.
Can we link it with another site visit day that we're out doing and add it to the agenda? Is that even a possibility?
Do we have anything?
No, okay, all right.
So we could do it formally, even if we're not on if it's not on the agenda.
Next.
Do you want to do it next week then? The next meeting? Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Dave?
Yeah, I think it's better to do it formally and have them present to us
So-
what story poles are. If we just drive by, a lot of times you can't tell.
So
exactly.
we would do
that
it out
before
of
plan.
order though, because we've never done this, but they've gone to the expense and they're up and
I've tried to do this before and the planning department nixed it because they don't want us looking at something that potentially doesn't fly.
Mm.
In the past, it hasn't worked.
Any thoughts, David? Kimberly?
David, can you bring up those photos of the site poles?
got an idea. Can you chat with people and find out?
I have 1 day to do it, and then
Could you chat with people before you leave?
I'll try.
Okay, very good, thanks. And then just one of us or all of us just say yay or nay. If it's nay, we'll go out on our own.
thank you. If we do a site visit, can we get an exhibit where the existing site plan is overlaid on your proposed too, please? So we can see how that all kind of comes together.
Yeah, okay, I think we have to be a little careful here because the neighbors won't be notified and oftentimes they're gonna want to take us to their house and have us view it from their house. So that is not atypical. But all I'm thinking is, this is a windy time of year and who knows, So David will get back to us in the next day or two or next 23 and a half hours before he leaves. Okay. So we'll see what we can do. Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Is that one person? Is the one person that wants to call in Cliff? Okay.
Mr. Chair, just to confirm, they'll be coming back for further.
Speak up.
Just to
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, how are you? This is my name is Cliff Gearson, and I live on Humphrey Road in Montecito, and I wanted to make a comment about your section of your agenda having to do with neighborhood compatibility, if I may.
And we're just about ready to start with that. Can you hang on for 5 at the most 10 minutes? Would that be okay?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm.
And we will
is
get
this
to
David?
you.
Is this
We will
David?
get to you.
Okay.
Kimberly had a question.
Kimberly, what?
Just to confirm, the previous item will be returning for further conceptual.
Yeah,
Yes, further conceptual.
further conceptual.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 7. So we have one, is there only one person that wants to comment? Okay, so we have one comment. So what I asked David to do was when he sent out the agenda in the general format to everybody, not the members' agenda, I asked him to include that so that everybody would have a chance to see this if they wanted to. Okay, so this had, I think, wide distribution, and we have one comment. So we'll find out what he wants to do. It's a discussion item. I don't know, I can go over it again. Has everybody read it? I assume you've read it. Okay, and then shall we just go to questions, and then I'll try to answer what I did, and then we can get public comment, and then we'll try to make sense. So let's just go down the track. Bill, excuse me. Let's start down there. Dave, do you have comments, please? Questions.
So are you proposing that the FAR is strictly limited to not exceed the median of the closest 20 homes?
I put in red that there are several. You have it in front of you? On page 4, up at the top in red, page 4, right there, some basic decisions that need to be made are, what does low intensity mean? And how is that translated into actionable criteria? Should the community be locked into a maximum FAR as calculated by all of our familiar calculators? This would use, if it locked it into right where we are, it's 50%. Should the community be able to naturally grow so that there is some increase in density, some percentile factor over 50%? And if so, how fast and ultimately how far? I think those are the questions before us today.
Okay.
I have my own personal opinion, but I have an opinion, and there's more than just me.
And just. to
Well,
clarify-
hang on. Questions, Dave?
Well, I'm not sure where I start crossing line to comments. I guess on that one, I'm concerned that the median could shift depending on.
Okay, so is there a question there or is that a comment?
Probably, I'll wait for comments.
Okay, very good. Do you have any questions? Bill,
So
questions?
In your description there, 50% meaning that there's 50% of the 20 are high and 50% are low. So you're saying that 50% based on the neighborhood compatibility.
Right. So what I'm saying with this is you look at the chart, either numeric, the numbers, or you look at the picture, which when I looked at it, I said, wow, that was a good idea. But the percentiles, according to this, tells us 50% is right in the middle. Half of the projects are larger and half of the projects are smaller. 75%, 25% of the projects are larger, 75% of the projects are smaller, etc. So that's why the percentiles seem to make sense but that's what a percentile is.
Because right now, are we not looking at, I don't think we do it that way.
No, we don't.
No, we look at the neighborhood and we go, well, here's 3 that are up here.
Okay, so do you have a question here?
I don't know.
Okay, so
Kinda
Robert, do you have a
thinking out
question?
loud.
We're going to get to the discussion, but let's get the questions out. Robert, question, please.
Are we still talking net?
We will adjust the net by how where we pick this number. I thought it was interesting today, that item at 206, they said the gross was here, the net was here, and what was the number? No, it was 6%, but it was right in there, you know? So if you got a thick wall, but then you get some of these modern houses like what we just looked at, really super thin wall. So we will arbitrarily pick something, but we will account for it in there,
Okay.
okay? Any other questions before I open this to public comment, please?
I guess still not clear to me with this 50% median. What if you had one house that was 4 times as large and 5 houses that are a lot smaller? It can an outlier skew the median?
The outlier can skew the average. But I think what they do is they line them up and they just look at the midpoint of all projects. You can have a whole bunch of really small ones and 1 or 2 big ones, and then a couple of medium ones. And it's going to be, where is 50% of the entire neighborhood is above and 50% below, or 60 or 70 or whatever number we end up with. So it doesn't care about how far out of alignment in either direction. It's just trying to grab the neighborhood. And, you know, that it's not the average. The average doesn't work, because you're right. You can skew that out.
That was my question, yeah.
I think an excellent example of that is Orchard Road. Do you guys remember doing that site visit? There were small houses, but at the very end of the road on the left, you remember that? There was this huge house. I mean, it was 3 times, 4 times larger than anything. It would count as one house in a percentile measure, but in an average, it would pull everything up. Right?
All right.
And likewise, if you have undeveloped property, that 0 would pull everything down. Right? There was that project that 2 Trees and Stacy Fawcett did, brand new, 0, nobody's built on it. There's property right next to it with 0. And so that would push everybody down. Right?
If you include those properties.
If you include, well, they're there, and I think they should be included, but they're just added to one. Yeah, does that make sense to you? If this is not the right method, we'll pick something else, but I thought this was as fair a method as I could figure out. Can I, public comment?
Yeah.
Okay, so Cliff, are you with us now, please? Cliff, public comment, item number 7, Humphrey Road.
You'll have to hit *6 again.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for your patience.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah, you're welcome. I hope the fire drill didn't cause any damage.
Just on our psyche.
All right, well, let me start over again. My name is Cliff Gerson. I'm a resident of 63 Humphrey Road in Montecito, down by the Miramar. And I'm a spokesperson for a group of neighbors who, in fact, are opposed to the expansion of the Miramar, just to let you know where I'm coming from. I'll just begin with a little bit of philosophical background. Your board is one of the gatekeepers which maintains the character, the integrity, and the semi-rural allure of Montecito. In discussing neighborhood compatibility, I feel the discussion needs to broaden out from focusing on nearby floor area ratios of different houses and buildings, but also look at the increased traffic generation, historical background, and current uses and atmospheres of a given neighborhood. I'm speaking, of course, about the plans of Caruso Affiliates to build a 34,000 square foot shopping mall and apartment complex, including more than 30,000 cubic yards of cut and fill, in what is now a quiet residential area that includes a church, a preschool, and the Friendship Senior Center. Now, as you know, there are several special use properties with conditional use permits in Montecito area, such as private schools, clubs, hotels, music academy, and so on. And it would be certainly noteworthy if, for example, Crane School wanted to put in a car wash to generate scholarship money for their students there. They would have a great impact on the community, as likewise would a garden center up at Ganawalsko's Lotus Land. So in those kinds of cases, you sort of shake your head and say, oh, that could never happen. But what is happening is that Caruso Affiliates is trying to, at some point here, you will find out, put in this huge shopping center with luxury stores and high rent apartments right in the middle of our neighborhood. And it's going to cause a lot of incompatibility with what's going on in the neighborhood, which is now a lovely beachside, quiet community, as I say, with the church and the preschool and so on. So I'm just hoping in your study of compatibility that you'll look at some of these other factors and not just limit yourselves to the floor area ratios, especially when it comes to commercial ventures that may raise their ugly heads around our area. So thank you very much. I appreciate the chance to be speaking with you folks.
And thank you. So, members of the board, one of the proposals or one of the aspects I have here is that if a house gets bigger than some number that we agree, we don't deny it and say you can never build it. What we do is say, you want that? Please go and talk to the planning commission where staff can prepare reports similar to what this gentleman was just suggesting. Also about the height of the building, how close it is to the neighbors, et cetera. So as we get above a certain threshold, significantly greater, well, no, not necessarily requirements, but analysis goes in. So, and all of the neighbors are specifically noticed to that particular project rather than some project that just ends up on an agenda, right? That doesn't really describe how big it is in relationship to the rest of the neighborhood. And so it's, what it's doing is it's saying, you want to get bigger than a certain size, then go have a much greater analysis done and specifically about your project. So that seemed to me the ability to not say no to the project, but say, we don't want to handle it as a design review board. That's entering into the issues that this gentleman just talked about, potentially.
Well, that in fact, John, is how the city handles it. If you exceed in the coastal zone, 100% FAR or 85%, depending on the project, you have to go to planning commission or request a variance, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a great way to handle that.
Well, I actually, when I was doing my research on this, I stumbled across the city. And if you look on the proposal, I just stole their, 20 closest homes, and I stole their worksheet. I modified it for us, but I thought that that was a good procedure. And there's a certain amount that's kind of a no-brainer. We can approve that in terms of how big the house is getting. And then we'll start dealing with the site and the trees and the views and stuff. And then there's another one beyond that, which we say, maybe we ought to take a look at this a little bit more carefully. So it was based on that, not saying no, but just sort of like upping the criteria. So
could this be handled like a step-by-step sort of analysis? Could we have applicants, we'll go through the procedures as we normally do, but have them do the 20 closest, give us the average and see how that compares and look at it that way to start instead of trying to develop some kind of hard and fast thing right now? Is there a possibility, a way to?
Okay, well, I've actually been doing, when they've been presenting it.
Been doing that.
So 1086 Coast, Channel Drive. The project that had the new lower floor added that William Hefner brought through, came on consent today. 70% of the neighborhood. Okay. The project on 206, I should have brought those along, but anyway, I rushed out of my office earlier. 206 Middle Road was actually, there was no justification. They were right there at the upper end, but he screwed up on his calculation. He had gross, so that dropped them way below. And as I say on the last page, what I'm suggesting is FAR plus 10%, what we normally do, neighborhood compatibility at some level, planning commission, or or if you've got a really super large house like Mary had down at the beach, as long as you don't make it bigger, we're good. You get to keep your existing. So whatever the largest of those four is, you get. That was on the last page, I think. If it wasn't, it was on the second to last page.
John, to weigh into this, you brought up something, and I don't know, I've never done one of these FAR studies, so I'm not familiar with how that all kind of flushes out, but you've just brought up some aspect is in that this document you're creating, could you either have some benefit points or something for things like a heavily vegetated site, which has a natural way of mitigating brand new structures that absorb, you got a heavily vegetated site, it like absorbs structure, and then also the same with topography would affect that too. So is there some way in that what you're trying to create where you could kind of either add points or bonus points or something like that help you if you have some of those things? And how do you, weigh that stuff? It's just,
I think that's called go to the planning commission and make your case about, I'm way off the setbacks. I've got 40-foot high hedges. I've got a single driveway. I'm at the end of the road. Do you remember that project that was actually had to go into Carpinteria and go up some back road, then drive back in? It's like it was at the end of the road. I mean, you can make your case there. What I'm trying to do is to say my personal belief is that we're being played. Everybody's trying to do everything to try to wiggle around and get more and more and more. And they could do with less, but they're trying to wiggle around and get more and more and more. Like the city, if we had a level and above that you want more, fine, go ask for it. But that's where we as a board will feel comfortable that we're not going to get beyond the neighborhood. We're already giving them 110 FAR.
John,
Yep.
I'm somewhat perplexed because we already do this on a case-by-case basis. What's wrong with the system as it is?
Okay, I've got 30 homes. And what we see is the four largest. That's when you look at what people say when they present stuff. Yeah, I've got 4 homes here. They've got like 50 shown, but they only talk about 4 and they only give us the numerical information about 4. If you get the whole 20, that's going to show the neighborhood and bring it down.
But as the neighborhood changes, as we know it's going to, because
and it will go up.
Half of the houses in Montecito, as you know, are tear downs and are going to be rebuilt.
And it will go up over time. How fast, right there. How fast and ultimately how dense? That's the question number 3. Should have been number 4. I mislabeled those, misnumbered them.
Doesn't the FAR establishes the size, and what we're talking about is specific neighborhoods and neighborhood compatibility. And I feel like the system's working. When people come in and they cherry pick, we say these are cherry picked.
We don't say that. I've never seen you guys say that.
Oh, I've said that.
Well, what does,
and Mike, also, I just get concerned when we start making just, I don't know how to say it, where something's just so specific, there's no room for discretion. For instance, the 20 homes, a lot of times in Montecito, the neighborhood where our house is very specific to that location or topography and things, and if you took 20 homes around, you might be in a small lot and grab some estates that aren't comparable. And I feel like that's where this board is able to show some discretion and to look at all those factors and make a decision. So
Well, I know one thing that from my point of view, I don't see the study, very rarely. There was that one at the last meeting that came through, I'm trying to remember, Michael Marcacho, Milmark, I think.
Oh, yeah.
He brought it through, Molmac, he was at 60%. That's where he was at when he did it. And I felt that that was very reasonable because
What was his
Rob,
FA?
his FAR was 60% over the neighborhood, and it was 1.22, I think, if I remember right. But what that does, okay, so as it turns out, I'm either lucky or cursed. I'm the last person standing from the original community plan development group. Claire was there. She was there before I was. She did different things, but I'm the last one that's now actively still involved. Everyone else has either died, God bless them, or they're in retirement homes or something, right? What the concern then was we don't want the community to get too big. And the comment earlier today in one of these is, we're going to turn it into Malibu or Pacific Palisades and that's, I don't want that. And the way to do that is to have some kind of a limit. The FAR is a limit. And as it turns out, I also said this, my memory is 30%. We said that the whole community is about here. The FAR is going to allow about a 30% increase. So it's not like we've ever said no, but it's that we don't want it to get too much. And that what people came in to us when we were doing this and said, but what about the beach? It's already at 170%, right? What can you do? This is not fair to us. You're never going to permit us to ever do anything. And so what we said was, in certain neighborhoods, you can prove neighborhood compatibility with a neighborhood compatibility study. That was an alternate method for certain very small neighborhoods. There were really only two of them, actually three of them that I know of. Bernald Point, where's that? No, those are actually still small. Edge Cliff, and there's some weird place like Broomfield or something like that. It's this little tiny, and for some reason the FAR is up there super big. So that's what it was for. It wasn't for Montecito. And everybody is applying that sort of loophole, treating it as a loophole, rather than saying we should be stopping at 110 FAR, period. If you're over it, you're over it.
I don't see it as a loophole. I think if you're living in a neighborhood and somebody else has a house that's large, they've been given that privilege, so why shouldn't I be able to do what my neighbor has done?
Well, at the time, we said that the limit is 100, okay? And that there were larger houses in neighborhoods, but that was the number to live with. Okay, right or wrong, 30 years, has the community gone beyond that? Are we different? I hope not. But the idea is, in order for Montecito to stay Montecito, you can't just have lots of larger homes. And so what this is looking at is, how can we keep things in check by still allowing it to go up? Except in those three neighborhoods I mentioned, everybody should be at 100. And then it tops out. There was a vision that topped it out. Now, as I said, maybe the community's moved on, maybe nobody cares. I don't see anybody here.
But I don't see how you change horses in the middle of the stream and how are you creating a whole new table? What are you doing?
No, you go on out, every property goes out. Can we go down lower? So I had 2 or 3 different neighborhoods. This is a modest neighborhood. If you zoom, you can see that the mean is 95%. So that's a medium-sized neighborhood or a modest neighborhood. And so to keep it within the 95%, let's say we pick a number of 60, the median's 95, the 60% is 101. So you get to be larger than the median, but you don't get to be 140.
Does that mean we keep the current FAR
Yes.
table and
Yes.
add this?
If somebody doesn't like the FAR table, they can look at the neighborhood.
Okay, so as long as we're under the 100 or 110 that exists,
You're good.
they're not gonna have to go through
No,
this.
you're good.
Okay.
No, you're good. So it's to keep it within that neighborhood context and to provide a limit, because people are gonna say, oh, geez, I want to go to 140. And I think that we should be able, as a board, I believe, as a board, say, you know what? If the neighborhood's at 95, 96, somewhere in there, which is what this is, we really shouldn't get over 101, maybe 104.
So John, you're saying then you would have this spreadsheet, for your neighborhood, and then you would plug in your number in
Yes.
there so that at the bottom you would end up at 110 max,
Well,
at the 75, well.
if we pick a number, which I would very much like, let's say it's 60, which is the number I actually think it should be, because when you add in the 6% or 7%, 2/3. The reality is you get 2/3 of the neighborhood, right? That's how you get it in there. So you can build 2/3 of the neighborhood without a whole bunch of additional concerns about size. If you want to go up to 3/4, 7/8 over the top, go to the planning commission, talk to them. But we're very comfortable with 2/3. That's what this is saying. Now, David, can you go down a little bit? There's some high density neighborhoods. I actually keep going. That one right there, that's actually Fernald Point. No, I'm sorry, it's Edgecliff. That's why there are only so many. So if you can scroll down, look at the disparity in this area. A little bit more. Look at that neighborhood. I mean, there's some really small houses. I think they're actually guest houses for some of these. I don't know what they are. They're separate parcels. They have some kind of main residence, 247 or 245 or something. It's huge. No, it's over 250. I don't know what the heck that number, but I mean, people are going to say, hey, your argument, there's some larger houses here. I want 250. And what I'm saying is the neighborhood, we're going to build up. And as we build up the smaller ones, everything grows up. But you know what? There's an upper limit. We're not going to, unless you want to go to talk to the planning commission. That's what
It seems like you're penalizing these neighborhoods in transitions, the first people to
we're doing it now. This is formalizing it.
I like having a little more discretion. But I need to think about it. I don't understand the percentile exactly, but to me, it's what we're already doing, we look at a neighborhood, we look at the biggest homes, and we look at all the other ones in that area. We look at the project specifically, we look at the topography, the screening, the setbacks. And when somebody comes asking for more, we make a more higher level of discretionary review. I just think it's hard to put these fixed limits on things.
Do you believe?
I agree with Dave. This is for lack of a better term, subjective, not objective, case by case, project by project, lot by lot decision. And I kind of feel like adding more red tape to the system is going to not reflect fairness or, it's just I don't know. I don't know how you'd put it all together. And it's a great study, but I think the way it works right now is pretty good.
And that's what I was saying, maybe as we experiment with this on, when we get to a project that looks like it's questionable and I think you're right. I think we all take into a lot of factors into these larger homes when we look at them. I mean, there are some that are clearly, this is just too big for this lot. It's positioned too close to the street. The impact, the mass bulk and scale is a lot going on. And so it's clear a lot of times, but maybe what we need to do is kind of experiment with it, not officially mark it in as something, but try it out and see if it helps.
I'm definitely up for taking the 20 closest homes, but then when we look at that, to look at it, to make sure it makes sense for the neighborhood and the property, and maybe that needs to be a bigger swath or a smaller swath or properties that are similar in size, but I think it's a good starting point to ensure that people provide enough data for us to look and they don't cherry pick, but then I think we need to have somewhere in there that allows us to be discretionary about that too.
I agree. I think it's a great start, but I would vote to table the discussion until we get a little bit deeper into it and decide where it really goes as far as the applicants and the public and everybody else. So we have the appearance of being a fair and unbiased board.
Is there anybody else who has anything to say, please? Is there a motion for adjournment, please?
I move to adjourn today's meeting of May 2nd, 2024.
Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.